den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest, it goes ba-bump, ba-bump. I sway halfway, the day's hump, get over. I be Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest, it goes ba-bump, ba-bump. I sway halfway, the day's hump, get over. One out the ring, so now you got two. One more act, so default time crew. I thought you knew that you were a princess from the get. Remember when I was plenty, you got shit, but now you're Big Willie. At least in the eyes of a silly lost soul, you're burning bridges. There ain't no fridges, colder than the boulder when hell freezes over. So look over shoulders when peace taking over. And I play Red Rover, but you won't come over when there's plans for the ants. So I got a new dance, so I prance around town with my head down, just thinking and thinking and thinking. I think I be Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest, it goes ba-bump, ba-bump. I sway halfway, the day's hump, get over. Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest, it goes ba-bump, ba-bump. I sway halfway, the day's over, get yours.
I stand alone, peace kid for the new swing, bring it here. What's mine is taking no fear. Steer clear, bro, ham, ignore the haze, quicksand sinking. The brink of humanity within perimeter 3 feet within, she connected at birth. All hail Mother Earth, embrace tide, in the light divine, shine on excess ecstasy. The dark dismal distress is no friend of me, but gets the best of me. What's intended to be bliss, I kiss, fist pound all around. True encouragement, lost and found, so surround. The bark from the tree is what I be. Effigy, live, love, and I see supreme. I revolve around Apollo and he around the sky. Beyond the sight sees trees stolen from my essence. No blessing, a true lesson learned by time, line by line. The road moves one way and there's only new days.
It goes ba-bump, ba-bump, bump, click, bump. 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 I be Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest, it goes ba-bump, ba-bump. I sway halfway, the day's hump, get over. I be Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest, it goes ba-bump, ba-bump. I sway halfway, the day's hump, it's back to the archives. And if I had 9 lives, I'd spend 1 having fun and 2 with my crew, 3 being me emphatically, 4 in the door on the plea, 5 on that job, talk to 6 I'd have to walk, spitting bricks on the flick line chalk, 7 I'd spend in heaven with my baby. I'd never show neglect, not even maybe. 8 no debate, I would've laid on the friction. 9 sip the new wine to fuck up my diction, but this ain't no fiction. 1 life to live in, 1 soul to give, so I keep it. I think I be Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest, it goes ba-bump, ba-bump. I sway halfway, the day's hump, get over. I be Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest, it goes ba-bump, ba-bump. I sway halfway, the day's hump, get over. It goes ba-bump, ba-bump, bump, click, bump. 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 It goes ba-bump, ba-bump, bump, click, bump. Ba-bump, ba-bump, bump, click, bump. Ba-bump, ba-bump, bump, click, bump. I be Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest, it goes ba-bump, ba-bump. I sway halfway, the day's hump, get over. I be Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest, it goes ba-bump, ba-bump. I sway halfway, the day's hump, get over. 1 out the Rings, so now you got two. One more act, so default time crew. I thought you knew that you were a princess from the get. Remember when I was plenty, you got shit, but now you're Big Willie. At least in the eyes of a silly lost soul, you're burning bridges. There ain't no fridges, colder than the boulder when hell freezes over. So look over shoulders when peace taking over. And I play Red Rover, but you won't come over when there's plans for the ants. So I got a new dance, so I prance around town with my head down, just thinking and thinking and thinking. I think I be Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest that goes ba-bum, ba-bum. I sway halfway, the day's hump, get over. Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest that goes ba-bum, ba-bum. I sway halfway, the day's over, get yours.
I stand alone, peace kid for the new swing, bring it here. What's mine is taking no fear. Steer clear, bro, ham, ignore the haze, quicksand sinking. The brink of humanity within perimeter 3 feet within, she connected at birth. All hail Mother Earth. Embrace tide, inner light divine, shine on excess ecstasy. The dark dismal distress is no friend of me, but gets the best of me. What's intended to be bliss I kiss, fist pound all around. True encouragement lost and found, so surround. The bark from the tree is what I be. Effigy, live, love, and I see supreme. I revolve around Apollo and he around the sky. Beyond the sight sees trees stolen from my essence. Don't bless it, a true lesson learned by time, line by line. The road moves one way and there's only new days.
It goes ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, click, bum. 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 I be Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest that goes ba-bum, ba-bum. I sway halfway, the day's hump, get over. I be Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest that goes ba-bum, ba-bum. I sway halfway, the day's hump, it's back to the archives. And if I had 9 lives, I'd spend 1 having fun and 2 with my crew, 3 being me emphatically, 4 in the door on the plea, 5 on that job talk, to 6 I'd have to walk, spitting bricks on the flick line chalk, 7 I'd spend in heaven with my baby. I'd never show neglect, not even maybe. 8 no debate, I would've laid on the friction. 9 sip the new wine to fuck up my diction, but this ain't no fiction. 1 life to live in, 1 soul to give, so I keep it. I think I be Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest that goes ba-bum, ba-bum. I sway halfway, the day's hump, get over. I be Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest that goes ba-bum, ba-bum. I sway halfway, the day's hump, get over. It goes ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, click, bum. 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 It goes ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, click, bum. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, click, bum. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, click, bum. I be Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest that goes ba-bum, ba-bum. I sway halfway, the day's hump, get over. I be Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest that goes ba-bum, ba-bum. I sway halfway, the day's hump, get over. 1 out the ring, so now you got 2. 1 more act, so default time crew. I thought you knew that you were a princess from the get. Remember when I was plenty, you got shit, but now you're Big Willie. At least in the eyes of a silly lost soul, you're burning bridges. There ain't no fridges, colder than the boulder when hell freezes over. So look over shoulders when peace taking over. And I play Red Rover, but you won't come over when there's plans for the ants. So I got a new dance, so I prance around town with my head down, just thinking and thinking and thinking. I think I be Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest that goes ba-bum, ba-bum. I sway halfway, the day's hump, get over. Lord of the Rings, I manifest. Represent from the den, I don't wear no vest. I got a heart in my chest that goes goes for bump, a bump.
We have apprehended a dangerous experiment.
He escaped.
On May 23rd.
You sure that's a dog?
Yeah.
Agent Cobra Bubbles, I need to find out what kind of threat we're dealing with.
You can't take him.
Disney's Lilo and Stitch. Rated PG. In theaters May 23rd.
I can't wait for tonight. The kids are coming? Great. No, Uncle Todd is out. Oh, wait, he's in? I wish Grandma could have been here. Oh, she got the later flight. Chris and I broke up. Oh, we're back together. Everyone's coming.
Ashley Easy Glide extendable dining tables, making room for what matters most.
One of those games that seems to run on just about everything is Minecraft. And after all these years, it's about time we found out, if you scale things back enough, will it run with just 8 megabytes of VRAM? So today's video does come with a few caveats. Mostly, Minecraft doesn't actually work on systems this old, because the only system I've got that will run with an AGP graphics card, mostly the very hateful 3D Phantom XP2800, which is a 2005 card with 8 megabytes of VRAM, is this here Athlon 64 system, which runs Windows XP. So, luckily, I've gone through as many methods as possible, and there is still a way of running Minecraft on Windows XP. The only thing we need to do first is set up this system with this... You can't even really call it a graphics card, can you? With this abomination, so that we can see if Minecraft will actually run on it. So why don't we crack on with the rest of the video. It'll probably go without saying that step 1 is going to be putting a cooler back in here, because I yoinked it the other day to put on this awful board here. So let's whack in a cooler. It is fused. There we go. And now comes possibly the worst part, adding in the 3D Phantom. The box is nearly coming apart now, but we can't get rid of it, because everybody loves seeing the 3D Phantom. Plug it into a display. Now we can boot this system up, just to double check our 3D Phantom hasn't died. And while that's all booting up, why don't we actually go over what the system requirements are? Yes, this is a very old person way of doing things, because I've literally printed off very poorly the system requirements, but we can go through. Operating system, it does say Windows 10 up here, that's just been cut off, so Windows 10, nope, we don't have that. Architecture, we do have an x86 processor. Memory, we have 8 GB, but really that's not what we're interested in. And then processor, we have an AMD A6 from probably about a decade before these existed. More importantly though, it recommends as the minimum graphics card an Intel HD 4000, we don't have that, and we definitely don't have an AMD Radeon R5, because the 3D Phantom isn't from AMD or Nvidia. The 3D Phantom is actually an SIS 305 from 1998, or whenever they came out. But this one has just 8 megabytes, making it absolutely awful. So let's see if Minecraft will run on it. So there we go, SIS 305 revision 90 with 8 megabytes of VRAM. Truly, truly terrible. Oh, let's try and launch Minecraft, I suppose. So, day 1 of testing proved rather unhelpful. The closest we actually got to anything working was one of the last alpha builds of Minecraft, which when allocated enough RAM, would almost actually load into a basic window, and then it would actually load game files as well, because I was monitoring it the entire time through the console and through Task Manager. and the moment it went to utilize our graphics card, it would freeze up. On occasion, it would take out the entire system with it, which is never what you want to see. There was one time though where we got an error, and it only popped up for a brief second just before the system shut itself down, but it was the one thing I was dreading the most, which wasn't just a VRAM problem, it was that the OpenGL side of the card wasn't actually compatible with Minecraft. I mean, it makes sense, this thing hardly has support for it at all, but it should at least on paper be able to launch the game with what it comes with. Which got me thinking, maybe there are drivers out there which can possibly get us past step 1, launching the game. I ended up spending the rest of the evening going through what little there was in the way of SIS drivers, and I went through a couple of them with absolutely no luck whatsoever, until I stumbled across a cabinet file of SIS drivers provided by Microsoft, only they only provided this through the Windows Update service for Windows XP, and it's worth mentioning that these drivers don't actually run or install. I had to extract each file individually, manually install the drivers, which is the reason why you're seeing a CRT here, because for some reason these drivers from Microsoft displayed in such a weird refresh rate by default that no other display I own could begin to understand the signal other than a CRT. But after what seemed like an eternity waiting for them to install, they actually did work, and given these drivers are likely designed solely for compatibility on these wretched SIS-based cards, it does seem like Microsoft have got some trickery going on under the hood that enabled better OpenGL support. I have no idea how good it is, but it seemed to be enough to actually make Minecraft now launch. And so with the very last alpha version of Minecraft, we had a proof of concept. Minecraft will launch on 8 megabytes of VRAM, but we don't want to run the alpha version. We want to run Minecraft, one of the finished final versions. And just how new of a version can we run before we bump into another roadblock? Well, thanks to a group of people arguing about OpenGL specifications over on a Linux forum, it turns out that Minecraft's requirements, at least when it comes to OpenGL support, stayed the same from 2009 right up until the release of 1.7. So any version before this should work. And lo and behold, we were able to launch Minecraft 1.6.4 with no problems. Well, I say no problems. The game would run in a single-digit frame rate and had a tendency to crash almost immediately. You could probably get about 2 minutes of gameplay and then it's gone. And it's probably because we have no VRAM, and these drivers have a surprisingly high amount of overhead, probably because they're trying to emulate some OpenGL calls the card simply couldn't understand. All we had to do now was a little bit of optimization. We had to remove as many effects as possible, and by that I mean all the effects, and scale things back down to the beautiful resolution of 240p. And we should, by all accounts, have just about made Minecraft playable on 8 megabytes of VRAM. So you now join me at the start screen of Minecraft running with 8 megabytes of VRAM. And it has taken probably 2 days to get here. But we are running this with the 3D Phantom XP2800, which is the worst graphics card we've ever used on the channel, but also the newest card we own with 8 megabytes of VRAM. This is from 2005, there's a full video on it in case anyone's interested. But what we want to see is how playable actually is this. Now we are recording it on the laptop down here, and we are also seeing it in this screen here. I'm trying to record it in the best quality I can, but turns out 320 by 240, which is the lovely resolution we're in, is really difficult to actually capture properly. So we're going to be flicking between the two views just to sort of get an idea, and we're going to see how playable it is. I have set up a small server running on the laptop here to take some more load off things. So if we join this, we should now actually be in-game. You can see the resolution by how stupidly large the mouse is. It does like to drop out. It has taken a long time to get here without it crashing, because trying to launch the game, sometimes it'll run into OpenGL errors, sometimes it'll run into VRAM errors. I mean, most of the time it's running into a VRAM error. I'm hoping it'll launch this time. This is the third attempt of trying to show this off. The last couple of times it's dropped out, it's crashed, the system has randomly rebooted. It has been a nightmare to get here. But we are now in-game. Let me just set the time to day. So we are now daytime, and as you can see, if I open up F3, we are actually getting an almost playable experience. It's not a good experience, but it is one that is playable, just about. So I can show you the settings we're using. We are running the game with Optifine. Fast graphics, tiny render distance, no smooth lighting, no fog, no clouds. Do not touch the advanced OpenGL at all. We have OpenGL 1.1. I made the mistake of clicking that, and it was 3 hours to fix it. It broke everything. Fog is off, server textures are off, details are all on fast or turned off, animations don't exist anymore. Quality-wise, all of this is off, and performance-wise, none of this really matters. We just want all of this as simple as possible. The main thing is we are running in the 320 by 240 resolution here. That is as low as we can get it to go. And you can see we're running on the 3D Phantom by the lovely, awful output quality where it sort of scan lines the screen across on an LCD. But let's just go and see how playable this actually is. Can we actually make any progress at all? We'll just try and play through a brief bit of the game and see if we can get through to, I don't know, the first night or so. But what is quite impressive is that it is running. We are using a texture pack, which does stop the crashing. It is an 8x8 texture pack that I found randomly online. And fortunately, we've spawned in a rather intensive area, so we can actually see that despite all its flaws, it is actually quite playable. As long as you actually get to this point and it doesn't crash, you can quite easily enjoy Minecraft. Now, this is better than Half-Life 2 was, because you can actually sort of see what you were doing, but getting Half-Life 2 to run was a lot easier, because we don't actually have OpenGL support beyond 1.1, but Microsoft seems to have released a driver for the SIS series that emulates a lot of the OpenGL stuff. So I think the Athlon 64, which you can hear ramped up a little bit there, is taking quite a lot of the strain for processing some of the OpenGL effects. Luckily, this is the most advanced version of Minecraft we can run that will still support it. 1.6.4 and 1.6.5 are the last version that will run on here. Anything newer will simply just refuse. But it's running fairly nice, to be honest. We can go a few places, see what it does. It's going to take, I think it's going to take a little while for some areas to update. We are running over wireless on Windows XP. I want to get out of this this forest and see how other biomes look, but I don't know if we're going to be able to, because I can't really see far into the distance. Things sort of just pop in as it's happening, and the frame rate does drop. There we go. We've got a nice little cove here. It does actually look pretty good in 320 by 240. I've definitely seen it look worse than this. The controls are awful. They are really, really bad. But it does work. The problem is trying to drag everything when your resolution's this small. You're going to miss bits, and you're going to find problems in places you didn't know they even existed. But we are making a good deal of progress with trying to actually do something with this. I really don't know what I should be doing right now, because I'm struggling to see. We found, I think that's coal. I think, is it coal? That is coal. Look, see? You can just about make out what that is. We really are scraping the bottom of the barrel when it comes to what this graphics card can do, but every time we test the 3D Phantom, we will find a way to get something bodged onto working with it, because for some reason people love seeing the 3D Phantom. I have no idea why. It has become almost a staple of the channel. I keep it on display in the background of videos now because people's weird love of this truly terrible graphics card. It is probably getting more use today than it's had in 20 years. Why, seriously, why would you want one of these? It literally is a 20-year-old graphics card. Really, the technology is from the 90s, but it's working. That's the main thing I'm going to give it here, is it actually does work. I'm actually a little bit astounded. I was expecting it to crash by now, but Apparently, no. Apparently it is just going to keep on working. Now, it's not exactly going to be a performance powerhouse. I don't think anyone here would have ever expected it to be a performance powerhouse. And it's very easy to lose what tools you're using, because without this texture pack, as I've said, the game will straight up crash. And without this texture pack, you can actually see what you're doing. So, it's one of them situations, a bit like Half-Life 2. You either play it like this, or you can play it slightly better and it'll crash. All the versions of Minecraft, I will say, do run better, but do still have the same issues with crashing. And if you actually want to get anything resembling a playable frame rate, you are going to need Optifine. So, yeah. I really don't know what else to say other than we've now got an 8-minute demo showing that Minecraft will work on 8 megabytes of VRAM. I am actually astonished. I'm truly astonished that this...
Apple has just spectacularly had its ass handed to it in a way I didn't think I would see in Tim Sweeney's lifetime. On Wednesday, the judge in Epic Games' lawsuit against Apple ordered Apple to immediately allow iOS app developers to include buttons and external links to alternative payment options in a fiery ruling, excoriating the tech giant for repeatedly defying court orders, lying under oath, and consistently making bad choices. A copy of the ruling was also sent to every Apple executive's mother. I'm just kidding, but that would be great. Because Judge Yvonne Gonzalez-Rogers did not hold back. She accuses Apple VP of Finance Alex Roman of lying under oath and referred the incident to federal prosecutors for possible criminal contempt of court. She says CEO Tim Cook chose to listen to his CFO's advice to ignore the court's injunction, and in doing so, Cook chose poorly. She sounds like a Viking shaman telling a cautionary tale. And now his eyes shall be eaten by Draugr in Muspelheim. Is that offensive, Bjorn? Other highlights include the judge calling out Apple for internally calling it a good thing if external link pop-ups are scary, and then defending that by arguing that scary is a term of art, an industry-specific term that means raising awareness and caution, which A is BS, and B, that still means scary. Now, because Apple has been acting a fool, Gonzalez-Rogers ended with some bangers, writing that she will not be entertaining a request for a stay because this is an injunction, not a negotiation. For this court, there is no second bite at the apple. Ooh, you know when she finished writing this at 3 a.m., she's hitting those keys hard. Now, Apple is actually complying with the order. They updated their App Store guidelines to remove restrictions on buttons, external links, and calls to action in the US. And some companies have already started to carpe this diem, including Spotify, Stripe, and Patreon, as announced by CEO Jack Conte in another of his signature video updates filled with what I like to call parasocial manic boyfriend energy. Okay, I know you're worried, and I promise I'll sleep soon, but this is important. Been doing a lot of research. Meanwhile, Epic Games is taking a victory lap, announcing web shops, a feature that will make it easier for app developers to avoid Apple's in-app purchasing by linking to payment options elsewhere. And Epic is so happy, they also announced the Epic Games Store will take zero revenue from the first $1 million a game makes every year, which is like their previous policy announced in 2020, but with a yearly reset. Now, CEO Tim Sweeney apparently thinks this ruling will make it so that Fortnite can return to iOS next week. But Apple kicked them out for breach of contract. So Sparky might be getting a little excited. Also, though they're complying with the ruling for now, Apple said they're still planning to appeal. And Mr. Apple, I wouldn't have it any other way. That's a joke. Please stop. Believe it or not, other stuff happened this week. Like, for example, the Trump administration officially ended the de minimis rule that exempted inexpensive goods from import tariffs. Now, this rule was basically the only reason that Temu and Shein got so popular in the US as the go-to destination for finding cheap things to ship directly from China so you can fill up your house and hopefully the hole in your heart. I think you can still see some of the floor over there. Better fire up the app. Well, not anymore. Temu says they've stopped shipping goods from China directly to US customers and will now focus on shipping items from US-based warehouses. Meanwhile, tariffs have driven Xbox to raise the prices of its consoles, accessories, and games worldwide. The base model Series X will now cost $600 USD, up from $500, while the 2 terabyte version is now $730, making it more expensive than a PS5 Pro, which Xbox is probably fine with because they are making it very clear they do not care if you buy an Xbox. Because at this rate, the PS5 Pro and your grandma will be an Xbox. Everybody's an Xbox! Also, wait, why are game prices going up? Those don't have to be imported. Just because? Ah, yeah, sounds right. It almost makes you want to check out our sponsor, OSnap. OSnap is their name. It's appropriate because they make phone accessories that are actually really good. I know, it's shocking. But their Snap Grip, Snap Charge wireless charger, and Snap Car Mount also magnetically snap together. So that also works. And it would work great for your mom. This is not a mom joke. Mother's Day is right around the corner on May 11th, and moms are always juggling a million things. So get this for her, and her losing her phone in her car is one less thing. Now, if you buy one of these, you're probably gonna want all of them because they're good. So why not save some money and get them all with the Car Power Kit? Tell your mom you got a deal, she'll love that. Now be a good progeny and check out OSnap at our link in the description. And now it sounds like it's time for the quick bits. What do you mean you can't hear that? References to a higher tier Intel Battlemage GPU codenamed BGM31 have been spotted in manifests for shipments traveling between Intel Vietnam and its other labs, according to Twitter posts from the leaker known as Haze. Other Twitter leaker One Raichu also suggested Intel hasn't given up on a more powerful sibling to the Arc B570 and B580, despite rumors to the contrary. But there are also rumors of Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger being fired, but he's still there. He's still in here. Pat! A company called Aurora has become the first to commercially deploy self-driving Class 8 trucks, which will be driving themselves all over the great highways and byways of Texas, completely without a driver inside. Which is, unbeknownst to many Tesla owners, what self-driving is actually supposed to mean. Although it definitely helps that Aurora trucks use LiDAR. I hear it's better than regular cameras. I don't. 2 storied gaming outlets were hit by sudden layoffs this week. Giant Bomb's owner Fandom laid off a number of prominent staff, including Jeff Grubb, who we have cited on this show many times. Many staff at Polygon were also let go as the site was sold by Vox Media to Valnet, the company that owns a ton of brands, including Game Rant, DualShockers, XDA Developers, Android Police, and How to Geek. I would say, well, at least some staff survived the purge, but they're now working for a holding company that sued The Wrap over that outlet's report on sweatshop-like conditions at Valnet's companies. So, guess you'll be wearing shorts to work now. And Japanese researchers have proven you can get cicadas to play the Baroque classic Pachelbel's canon by jabbing electrodes into their specialized sound-producing organs called timbals. Okay. Why? The researchers say, hey, it doesn't harm them, and one day they could be used in emergency situations, such as earthquakes. To do what? Give grandmas a heart attack? Earthquake. Ah! I mean, she's already been turned into an Xbox. Give her a break. And it's time for us all to take a break from tech news, but only until Monday, when we'll all come back here and check on our Xbox mutation progress. I'm already starting to see my buttons come in.
There's been a lot of misinformation floating around about the Nintendo Switch 2, so I'm here to test it all. Are these rumors real or completely made up? I need to find out. And as you might have seen on my channel, I got my hands on the Nintendo Switch 2. Me, actually playing it in person. I still don't believe that's real. So I tested over 20 rumors that I'm going to try and debunk today. Joy-Cons still wobble on the device. If you've used a Switch 1, you probably know the feeling, like the console's going to crumble at any moment. The original Joy-Cons are notorious for that loose, wobbly connection, especially after after some wear and tear. Let me show you what I mean, like this. See how it's got that little bit of the little tiny bit of a wobble going on. Seriously, if you don't own a Switch Lite, go and grab your Switch right now. I guarantee you have this wobble, unless you literally just took it out of the box. So one of the first things I checked on the Switch 2 was whether this wobble was still a thing. When I did try to intentionally shake the Joy-Cons a bit, I did feel a small amount of movement, but it wasn't nearly as bad. And to be fair, I was actively trying to test it. In regular gameplay, I doubt you'd notice. So technically, this is true. The Joy-Cons still have a slight wobble, but much less than before. Next up, the Joy-Con rumble is the same. One stand-up feature that the original Joy-Cons had was the HD rumble. And hey, you know what? I actually still love HD rumble. I would eat it up if I could. Even years later, it still holds up. So I tested it out, and I used Dragon Drive, a wheelchair basketball game. We all know this. It's kind of wacky. While using mouse button during gameplay, I could feel the Joy-Con 2 vibrating with the familiar HD rumble sensation. But it was definitely stronger. It felt sharper and more pronounced. And actually doing some research, it turns out that the tech inside is actually different. The original Joy-Con and Pro Controller used this rotating component for vibration inside and it just spins like this. And the Switch 2 uses magnets to move this device inside the Switch from side to side. And Welcome Tour showed this. So maybe Welcome Tour isn't a waste of money. I'm kidding. So this is false. The Joy-Con rumble is not the same. Next up, the console runs at 4K 120 frames per second. Okay, this rumor needs to be unpacked. Because technically, yes, the Switch 2 does support both 4K resolution and 120 frames per second. But can it do both at the same time? If you look at the fine print during Nintendo's overview trailer, the answer is clear. When outputting at 4K, the frame rate is actually capped at 60 frames per second. In fact, during the Metroid Prime 4 showcase, they clarified that the game can run at either 120 frames per second at 1080p or 60 frames per second in 4K. You choose one or the other, not both. So false. The Switch 2 does run 4K and 120 frames per second, but not at the same time. Personally, I'm more of a 4K 60 kind of guy. Let me know what you think. Speakers are louder. When I played the Switch 2 at the event, I got to play it in handheld mode, and that means that I could listen to the speakers. However, it was also very loud in the room, like very loud in the room. There was a soundbar blasting, there was music playing in the background, there were people cheering, all that kind of stuff. It was a little bit chaotic. However, I still could hear the Switch 2 in handheld mode. So with that, and the fact that Nintendo already told us that the speakers are louder, yes, these speakers are louder. True. The stand is stronger than the OLED kickstand. One concern I had right away about the new stand is that it's noticeably thinner than the one we had on the Switch OLED. I mean, look how beefy this guy is. It's a whole piece of metal. Or maybe plastic. But yeah, this guy is a chunky. But the second everyone saw it, they assumed it would be flimsier. So I tested it directly. And actually it felt really similar to the OLED kickstand. The OLED kickstand already had a solid metal backing and strong hinges, and the Switch 2 has the same kind of resistance when you open and adjust it. So I tried to bend it up and down. I saw how pliable it was. And it does feel a little more flimsy, but that doesn't mean it's not strong. That said, under normal use, it should hold up fine. I wouldn't call it fragile, but it's definitely not as solid as the OLEDs. If you're rough with it, I can see it snapping more easily than before. So don't do this to it. I kicked the lamp, so this is false. It's not as durable as the OLED stand. Now, how about dem bezels? The bezels on the screen are too big. I've heard this multiple times. For anyone unfamiliar, bezels are the black borders around the edges of the screen. Basically, the empty space that isn't part of the display. When the Switch 2 was first shown off, this became a major talking point. A lot of people criticized the return of thicker bezels, especially after seeing how thin and modern the OLED model screen looked. This was also something people pointed out with the original Switch, but back then, just being able to play console quality games portably was such a novelty that no one cared. It is a little odd that Nintendo solved this issue with the OLED model, only to go back to thicker bezels now. But I think there's technical reasons behind it. I'm not an engineer, what do I know? The Switch 2 uses an LCD panel again, and with the way that the Joy-Cons and magnetic components work, there may be interference with spacing considerations. I don't know, maybe. More realistically, they're probably leaving space so that when they sell the OLED model in a couple of years, it'll have less bezel, and people will pay for it. And yeah, I'd buy it. As for whether it's too much bezel, the console is bigger, the screen is bigger, and while the bezels are thicker, I never found myself distracted by them while playing. So, false. Will the connector break? This rumor exploded online early on. This was even known as the Switch 2's potential Joy-Con drift issue for quite a while. The fear is that the connectors on this system that connect the Joy-Con 2 would be too fragile and snap off easily. But at the same time this was being discussed, nobody had actually used the device. It was pure speculation based on pictures. So, I tested it. I tried bending the connectors back and forth to see how much give it had, and it turned out it had a tiny bit of flexibility at the base. face of it. And that's probably by design, to prevent it from breaking under light pressure. It didn't feel weak or cheap. I really don't get the concern here. If you actually break this one's on you. You were probably being too rough. That said, after kids get a hold of this thing, there's no knowing what they could do. Children, am I right? So false. The connector seems fine. Sticks are bigger but feel the same. The analog sticks on the original Switch are, well, quite honestly, dinky boys. So small that playing anything that needs precision, especially shooters, can feel very uncomfortable. My hands are toast, but that could just be because I'm weak. That was one of the biggest complaints for years. So when I tried the sticks on the Switch 2, the difference was immediate. They're larger, they have better texture, and my fingers didn't slide off like they sometimes would on the originals. The design feels more intentional, and the build quality is clearly improved. So false. The sticks don't feel the same at all. They're better in every way. That being said, this brings us to our next rumor. Joy-Con grip is better. The included grip, the one that goes in the middle of both the Joy-Cons. It's epic. And building off my last point with the improved sticks, part of the bigger overall change, the grip that you put the Joy-Con on is just better. Between the slightly larger size, better buttons, and new stick texture, the whole thing has a more solid ergonomic feel. It's just better all around. And honestly, I could see this replacing the need for a Pro Controller for a lot of people. Not everyone, but a lot. So this is true. The Joy-Con grip is clearly better. Is HDR even noticeable? The OLED model of the Switch set a pretty high bar. It had rich colors, deep blacks, and instantly became the screen that everybody wanted to eat off of with their food. So going back to an LCD on the Switch 2 raised some questions. That said, this new LCD includes HDR support, something the OLED didn't have, and that changes things. From what I saw in side-by-side comparisons and my own personal experience from actually holding the thing like this in my face, the HDR really does make a difference. The screen gets brighter, the contrast improves, and the visuals pop more, especially compared to non-HDR LCDs, like the original Switch. Even if you're coming from an OLED display, this still feels like an upgrade in some ways. And obviously it could have just been me standing there with the first time my brand new little baby's been in my hands, but at first glance, this display looks fantastic. So yes, this is true. The HDR is noticeable, especially with that enhanced resolution. Oh my goodness. The new SL and SR buttons make a difference. I tested this by playing the split Joy-Con for about 15 minutes, and yes, if I had played that on the old Switch, you'd be able to hear my hands from here, screaming for help. On the original Joy-Cons, using them sideways meant dealing with SL and SR buttons that were tiny, hard to press, and basically unusable unless you had the wrist strap attached to it, and even then, they were mushy and inconsistent. But on the Joy-Con 2, these buttons actually feel like real buttons. Clicky, responsive, and not frustrating to use. I don't think I'd choose to play like this, but if I had to in a pinch, that would be totally fine. I wouldn't be stomping my feet like an angry boy. I'd be okay with it. So the rumor is true. The new SL and SR buttons are a noticeable improvement. The texture is different. Most people don't even think about it, but yes, the Switch has texture. So do you. Feel yourself. On the original model, it was smooth, basic plastic. But with the Switch 2, both the console and the Pro Controller have a more premium, grippy finish. It's still plastic, sure, but it feels higher quality and more comfortable in the hand. Maybe it was just because they were cleaning the units between demos, but even then, the difference was pretty clear. The next rumor is that you can remove the Joy-Con without pressing the release button. One of the first things that I tried when I got my nubby hands on the Switch 2 was to pull off the Joy-Con without clicking the release button, naturally. And yep, you can. From what I could tell, there's no physical latch holding it in place, just the magnetic connection. That said, it's not easy. You still have to pull it with some effort, and it definitely won't fall on its own. Still, the fact that you can detach it this way is worth pointing out. So this is true. It's possible, but not something that should happen by accident. Now, this one was a surprise to me, and I've actually seen this a few times in my comment section. If the Nintendo Switch 2 dies, will the Joy-Cons fall out because there's no more battery left? The magnets won't work. And to that, I say, come here, let me tell you something. Magnets aren't actually powered by electricity, so this is false. They won't fall out. It's okay. Don't cry. Is the Switch 2 actually sparkly? What? This one definitely seemed made up. And then I looked closely, and yeah, there is a subtle shimmer on the console and the Joy-Cons. It's not glittery or anything dramatic, but under the right lighting, you can see a tiny sparkle in the finish. So it's true, the Switch 2 is sparkly. We gotta love it. Shoulder buttons / triggers have more travel. On the original Switch, the shoulder buttons, especially triggers, were just basic digital clicks. See that? They're just clicks. Nothing. No movement. Unlike the analog triggers, like the ones we have on the PS PS5 DualSense, and yes, look, I even have a Xbox one here to show. That boy has some travel. You see that? That's why people were hoping the Switch 2 would finally add analog triggers, especially for those racing games where a gradual input makes a difference. After testing the new ones, I can say that yes, the shoulder buttons do have more travel. They're larger, they feel more satisfying to press, and there's a bit more movement before the click. But, and this is important, they're still digital. I don't know why they're called digital, that sounds weird, because they're physical. They just click. There's no analog pressure sensitivity here. So while they feel better, they don't actually function any differently in gameplay. So in the context of what we're talking about, I'm gonna say false. These are just clickable buttons. You just click them. Next up, the Joy-Cons don't drift anymore. Obviously, during my hands-on session, none of the Joy-Con 2 units had drift. Could you imagine? That would have been an instant red flag. And since the console isn't out yet, nobody has really had it long enough to test out long-term reliability. But here's the thing, Nintendo has confirmed that the Joy-Con 2 does not use Hall effect sticks, which means that they still rely on the old contact-based mechanisms that caused drift in the original models. So yes, drift is still possible. That said, I'd like to believe that Nintendo has made some more improvements internally so that they don't drift over a long period of time. But until we get it in our hands, we can't say they're immune. In fact, even basic Xbox controllers and PS5 controllers are susceptible to this. So false. The new buttons feel more premium, less mushy or clicky. Most of the buttons on the Switch 2 have been redesigned or redefined in some way. But are they actually more premium? Yes, the face buttons feel firmer, the bumpers in particular felt more satisfying, and even the Pro Controller had improvements. Now maybe it's just because they're new, but no, these did not feel more mushy, they feel more premium. Anything that's new is premium, I said it. So true, buttons are overall better. The display doesn't smudge as easily. Everyone knows how easy it is for the Switch 1 to pick up some fingerprints. Look, I got my greasy knobs on this boy already today. So is the Switch 2 any better in that regard? No, it's a piece of glass. There's still some smudge resistant glasses, but I don't think this was one. I saw a couple of smudges. I'm gonna say false. The screen still picks up smudges. It's too heavy. Whoever started this rumor might need to hit the gym. It was me, I started it, but I get it. The logic is simple. If the Switch is bigger, it must be heavier, right? What about the kids? Are their arms going to give out after 20 minutes? What are they, me? Turns out no. The system was actually much lighter than I expected. So light, in fact, that it genuinely surprised me during the experience when I first held that sweet boy. So false, it's not too heavy at all. Are there any other rumors you heard? Because those are the rumors I heard. I'm excited for the Switch 2. Glad I could clear those things up. While people are so funny with their rumors, and hey, consider becoming a channel member. Don't you want to be like Multipix? Let's fill up these names. All right, have a good day. Okay, bye.
Today I'm going to walk you through how to stream your MetaQuest 3 headset to Twitch, whilst also being able to see your stream chat using the seamless multitasking feature, or using macOS rather than Windows. There are a ton of tutorials online for this already, but they all require the Oculus desktop, which is now called the MetaLink app. This app does exist in macOS, but with much more limited features due to them shelving Mac support about 6 years ago. You can run a virtual machine such as Parallels or VMware Fusion, but it will create a lot of demand on your Mac and slow down the stream quality. And for many of the experiments there, until you see seamless multitasking and make sure that that's turned on. Click on your profile, create a dashboard, channel, squirt a load of ketchup over the robot, and you're done. All that's left to do is interact with your chat. Every time you come out of the game into the chat, you'll need to then go back into the game by hitting the trigger on something within the game environment to pull you back there. Head back into your streaming software and hit start stream. And there we go.
Hello, this is Patrick with Royas, and today I'll be teaching you how to create an inventory system using an item list and GD script. Okay, let's dive right in. I am going to go and add an item list under this canvas. Right, allow search, turn that off, turn auto height on, and now go down to this columns dropdown, turn the max columns to 4. The same column width, I'm going to turn that on, and the fixed column width, I'm going to turn to 55 pixels. Now I'm going to go down here to the icon dropdown and close the columns one. I'm going to switch the icon mode to top and set the fixed icon to 50 pixels on both the X and the Y. I'm going to close that and go down to layout and then transform, and I'm going to set the size to 253 pixels by, that's what I'm doing, this function, give it a class name. Now I'm going to export inventory size. Whoops. Got used to the C# there for a second. That's probably going to happen a lot. And I'm going to set that to 20 because that's what I'm doing for this tutorial. I'm going to export another var. This one's going to be blank icon. And I'm going to now underscore item. Have that be another. So I'm going to call for the single inventory. Have a var. Okay. No. Want these function, and we will or not. Now exact same reason. Set this. Are breaking this items and in. Then we're going to go and do another check down here, and we're going to say if items that is greater than items I dot max quantity, then we will queries full, and we're going to set that to null. Item index query. It's not.
Okay, this is insane. So my wife comes to me today to show me some TikTok, and it's this account that made a video in my style. And it starts with a split screen saying, so this guy, and it has the arrows and the yellow dialogue text and the whole thing. It's even got the until.
Everything was going well for Anthony. Until...
So yeah, it's clearly a tribute to my video style, which is cool and flattering. You know, I enjoy seeing that stuff. However, this isn't some regular TikToker. This video was made by the Liberal Party of Australia, which I had to look this up. They're one of the major parties in Australian politics. They're actually the center right-wing Conservative Party, which is not my thing, but it's interesting to have a government-affiliated account recognize my work, I guess. But here's where it gets weird. My wife showed me this video on her phone, so I go to look it up on my own phone, and guess what? I can't find it anywhere because they blocked me. The Liberal Party of Australia blocked me on TikTok. Motherfucker, why? What did I do? I'd never even heard of you until my wife showed me your video. When you copy my format and style, which is fine, but then you preemptively block me so that I can't see it? Were you trying to hide it so that I don't call you out? Which I wouldn't have done anyway. What kind of government political party are you? You know what? The next election you guys have? I hope you lose. I hope everyone goes out and votes for the other guy. Because, fuck you, that's why. Like, why am I always having drama with these international politicians? So you got the sex trafficker in the Philippines and now these right-wing turds in Australia? Man, I'm just over here trying to make videos. Damn.
Thank you for seeing me on such short notice, Doc. I had to rush over here the second I heard the news. What is the problem?
Okay, this is insane.
Thank you for seeing me on such short notice, Doc. I had to rush over here the second I heard the news. What is the problem? Because looking at you, you seem fine. I know I look great on the outside, Doc. Thank you. But that's not the problem, okay? I didn't say that. Your heart is beating, okay? And that's about as much as I could give. Regardless, Doc, it's the inside that I'm worried about. I don't know if you heard the news, but Rockstar just delayed GTA 6 another year. Are you fucking kidding me? That's the same reaction I had too, Doc. I know it's a lot to take in right now, but if you need to sit down, I understand. All of this was for a fucking video game. It's not just a video game, Doc. It's the video game, okay? We've been waiting 11 years for this. Did you not see the trailer? The jiggle physics when they was throwing it back, I'm not gonna lie to you, I was a little bricked up. I can't fucking believe this. All right, Doc, you got me. I was more than just a little bricked up. I was rock solid, okay? I need this game, Doc. I need to see this game. I don't give a shit about that. You called my office crying 57 times begging to get an appointment. I had to push back my appointment with someone who has a brain tumor because you said this was so urgent. Right, but we know they ain't making it to GTA 6, Doc, okay? I actually have a chance. Are you kidding me? She's a mother of two that she wants to see her kids grow up. I hope that those kids find comfort in knowing their moms sacrificed themselves so I could play the greatest game of all time. She's a true hero. You know what? So let's see those results, Doc. Oh my God. Oh my God. What is it, Doc? Oh my God. Make it, am I? Tell me. Not gonna make it. According to these results, I don't even know how you're alive right now. Well, thank you, Doc. It takes a lot of hard work to maintain this physique, so we're good. That is not a compliment. According to this, you died like 3 years ago. I don't even know how you're standing right now. It says you're missing 5 pints of blood. How is that even possible? How do you lose 5 pints? First off, Doc, if you believe hard enough, anything is possible. So what do I need to do? Eat some more greens? Can you prescribe me something? Is there like a shot? The only shot I can recommend is one to the back of the head. They need to put you out of your misery. I think you're some sort of zombie. Prescribe you something? You should be in a morgue right now. You need to see some sort of witch doctor like a voodoo priest. I cannot help you with this.
Now that was a great night out. What the heck? Is he giving you his number? Oh my gosh, get out of here. What's wrong with you? We just went on a date. Look.
Not for real. The sub's always.
Breaking news. I'm so sorry.
Republicans just voted every report.
Breaking.
Tripping, bro.
You
how?
tripping, bro.
So Jordan played 20 years. He would outscore LeBron.
Yes.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm telling you.
You tripping, man. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. Ask Z. Ask Z.
Z, what you think?
Oh, me. Yeah, I'm pretty hard right now. What about y'all? Yeah, I'm pretty hard. Oh my God, what type of friend group is this? What are y'all talking about?
You came at a bad time. We was talking about Jordan versus LeBron. If he played for 20 years, who would have had more points?
Okay, well I'll tell you this: the belt finna sub in and put points up on that ass. This belt.
No, I'm telling you, you just came at a bad time. It's a misunderstanding. It's not the conversation we was having.
Well, you finna understand this belt. That's all you finna understand. I'm sorry.
Dad, please calm down. He just wasn't listening. He wasn't listening to what we were
I
saying.
don't believe you.
Ask him.
Hey,
Ask
man,
him.
What was y'all talking about before I came down here? Talking about being bricked up on a Sunday morning. Early. Praise the Lord. Okay, well, son, I hope you know this belt finna bless that ass. That's all I want you to know.
Misunderstanding. If you had just came a second earlier.
Maybe I didn't come a second early. But this belt finna come straight to that ass. This belt finna come on that ass.
Man, hell nah.
You can go to the hospital, bro.
Hey, nigga, I'll check that motherfucker out. Damn! Nigga got assassinated! Nigga got assassinated! Nigga got...
Speak Spanish for me.
Yo me llamo Jamie.
Yeah, my name is Jimmy. Okay, yeah. More?
What?
No, you said you can speak Spanish. That's what you've been saying to me for the...
What would you like me to say?
How was your day?
My DA. Come on. Let's
Can you say that one more time, just to clarify? How was your day in Spanish?
My DA.
My
which
DA?
is my day.
So in Spanish, my day is my day in English.
My DA.
My DA.
My day is my DA.
Oh, my day.
You guys suck.
No, okay, I want to hear it. How was your day in Spanish?
Son collaborate.
So no collaborate.
No, I did not say I did not say Sona collaborate.
So what did you say?
Forget it.
No, don't do that. No, I want to know.
You guys are pure pressuring.
What did you say? Whoa, don't pull that card.
Remember now.
I want to know. How was your day in Spanish?
You're making me nervous.
Okay, cool. Let's switch up. What is your name in Spanish?
Jaime.
Huh?
Jaime.
Jaime.
What? It's Jaime.
Hi, mate. Hi, mate. Is what's your name in Spanish?
Yeah, it's Jamie in Spanish.
You're not okay.
Fucking you lost.
You're not okay.
It's Jaime.
You're not okay.
Damn.
Hello? Listen closely. You live on 6354 Boardfish Road. You have a pet iguana. You work at Mystic Bank and you have a net worth of around 14 million, according to our records. You see, we know everything about you, but you know nothing about us. So, the smartest thing for you to do right now... What happened? Hey, hang on, mate! What? I know what. He had to have disconnected or something. Call him back? Right. You right, because who would even... Hello? You can make millions, but you can't make your phone connection better? What? Your phone dropped the call earlier. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. Wait, so that wasn't a pre-recorded message? How could that have been pre-recorded? I said your address. I mentioned your pet. Wasn't listening. Well, pay attention. You will wire $2 million to the bank. I tell you to. No, I won't. You will wire the money to us. No, I literally won't do that. Because we have your mom. Your mom. We have your mom. And if you want to see her again, then you gotta send... her. I said we have your mom, not a mob. Like your mom. I heard you. You heard me? We have your dad, too. Come too! Your kids? Forgot I had any. How could you? Why are you so callous? Why do you want my money so bad? It's a question. You know what? I'll tell you what I can do for you. I will withdraw the $2 million right now and burn it on camera and send it to you. That good? Matter of fact, I think I got $2 million on me right now. Stand by. No, don't. Let the hostages go. Did he send them money? Let them go! Let them go home. They've been through enough. They can go home. They can go home. They've been through enough.
We're gonna The quick brown fox jumped.
when I say I'm on. I don't need be on the IG like that, nigga. I don't need be on no sauce. I just be getting the money up. I'm doing just what I'm supposed to. Yeah. Fuck like a post. Yeah. And my white on the post. If you think it's a joke, I can't leave you no hope. I can't leave you no hope. I can't leave you no hope. I can't leave you no hope.
Hey, Freshie! Wait, Freshie, you still here? What the heck is on my mouse, bro? Obstructing me from my streams. What the heck? What the heck is that? What the heck's wrong with my mic, dude? What the heck is wrong with my mouse, dude? What's this reel you sent? First thing you sent was a reel? What'd you do today, Freshie? Wait, Freshie, are you in bed right now? Are you in bed? Are you in bed, mother flip? What'd you send? 2.1 million likes. Alright, let me... Yo, what's going on with my Pete? Why is everything so slow? Why is everything so slow? The heck?
Your head up, bro. Yo, bro, keep your head up.
I want to take my PS4.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, right. These niggas thinking that they fucking with me. Yeah, right. And no, this ain't no SRT, but we in a strike.
Keep your head up, bro.
What? This has to be like his... What? This has to be his brother. Are you kidding? What? It's probably LeBron James after his pregame ritual with the powder and shit. Why'd he do that?
Yo, bro, keep your head up.
Now he was pissing me up. He was pissing me off though. Constantly putting his head down. My barber adjusts my head. I'm keeping it still like a fucking statue, as if he's about to paint my shit. He's painting a portrait for me, my nigga. What's wrong with this little nigga? Dang. Nigga like me, I would have cut his hair off. I thought that's what he was gonna do. I ain't gonna lie. I did not expect that slap. That was OD though. Oh my goodness. What you been up to though, Freshie? Fresh Lord. Freshie. What you been up to, bro? Dang. Bro, I ain't gonna lie. There's so many videos I want to watch. There's a lot of videos I want to watch, bro. The inevitable downfall of Prison Break. Freshie, I know you told me to watch this, but I never got to it. Luca trade. Netflix ruined You. How we talk about Netflix ruined You. Freshie, did you finish You? Did you finish You? Online gamer gets played by detectives. LOLOL. And he has an Xbox shirt. All right, GG's. Yeah, it's over. It's over. Yeah, he has an Xbox shirt. It's bad. That's bad. How the FBI outsmarted organized crime. Final solid. Not gonna lie, give it a solid 8. The ending was like, hey, the only thing I didn't like. No. The only thing I didn't like was, I mean, obviously that nigga had to go to prison. It was his time. It was his time. But like shooting that nigga's dick off, I was like, oh, what? Ain't no way. I was like, Joe, you need to see. This is what happens. That was a lesson, a message to all men. Stop the simping. Stop simping and stop trying to save these hoes. Joe would never learn. Joe's biggest problem is not that he's a man with a big heart trying to love all these women and shit. You know what I'm saying? His problem was he was constantly trying to save these hoes. What? And he's always tweaking. Like he was always doing the most on some master manipulator, gaslighter shit. Like, come on, bro. And stop stalking him and shit. And gooning. He gotta stop gooning. He gotta stop gooning. Cause I know you seen whenever he was writing them stories, gooning. He'd be having fantasies, just writing shit, start gooning to the bitches he's trying to fuck with and shit. That was OD. You know what I mean? The other weird thing that he was doing, the other weird thing Joe was doing, it's like, dude, you saw her break into your crib. No, not your crib. You saw her break into your bookstore, but you saw her break into your bookstore, but you gave her a job and you gave her a crib. Oh my gosh, bro! Stop that simping shit. That shit really pissed me off, bro. I was just looking at him just making L nigga moves, L nigga plays, back and forth, back to back to back, my nigga. Shit was disgusting. Oh my goodness, that shit was disgusting. God dang. What's up, Sleepy? Why'd you change your username to Joe Glazer? I'm so confused. Season was 7.5. Yeah, last season it was cool, but I feel like I don't know how I would write the show, how I'd have it ending. Freshie, be honest. Would you have had Joe getting away or no? Would you have timed me? You came in here on some crazy disrespect out of nowhere. It's like, huh? Stream just started. Nigga acting disrespectful. Had to put you in the corner, my nigga. Would you have ended it different? Would you have ended it with Joe getting away, or no? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Nah. Okay, good. I'm just trying to see where your head's at. My thing is, when the story keeps going, okay. No. I would have had him thinking he got away, and then he gets backdoored like at the last second. I don't know. I would have had him like thinking he got away with some shit, and then he would have got fucked over at the end. I don't even know. He either killed or jailed? Nah, I don't think him dying would have been a solution. Him dying would have been bad. Hey, love, why'd this girl just text me? Chat, mind you, this girl, she's been trying to play with me for like a while now. She gave me her number, right? She gave me her number, right? Decides not to hit my line. I'm like, okay, this is weird. Like, so I know you're seeing this text. Boom, I see her post a story on the gram. I'm like, you're a weirdo. Oh, stop talking to me. Like, what are we doing? She gave me her number, but decides to play with me. I'm like, man, fuck that bitch. She just texted me right now talking about some hey love. She ain't talked to me in like a week. What do you mean love? I'm not your love. Bitch, fuck out of here. I'm trying to distract it against shit. You know what I'm saying? I was pro Kate though. Who was Kate? You were fucking with Kate? Nah, Kate was being on some hypocritical shit though, Freshie. That's the thing with Kate. Like, if Kate was on some like, you're a bad person. Hold on. If Kate was on some, Joe, you're a bad person. Like, she had this nigga kill her uncle and then try to go.
I have a simple environment set up here and a simple player, but enemies node and add, make them a child of that navigation region and mesh. And I'm going to control it. I have a simple environment set up here and a simple player controller. I can move around, look around, jump around, and that's about it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a navigation mesh to this scene, and then I'm going to put enemies on here that will chase the player around. So let's start by adding the nav mesh. Go to the root node and add a navigation region 3D, and drag the environment meshes, make them a child of that navigation region 3D.
Really trying to ruin that nigga's life from the start. His mom's already a fucking his blood mom's already a loon. His father's already a fucking sociopath killer. You know what I'm saying? It's already fucked up gene genetics, bad gene pools. That nigga was already fucked from start. And then she's trying to give this nigga gay parents? What the fuck are we talking about? My nigga, no. They were just gonna get this nigga. They were already flaming this nigga at school, were they not? If he had two gay adopted parents, bro, they were gonna have endless fucking material on this nigga at the lunch table, my nigga. It was over for him. The cherry on top would have been a mom with OnlyFans. He would have been fried, my nigga. He would have been fried. She was trying to set that nigga Henry up for the worst. We don't talk about what's it called? We're talking about what's the name of the show? Wait, Sleepy. Damn, I have to call you Joe now. Anyway, Joe, you haven't seen You? You changed your name to Joe Glazer. I was thinking you were talking about Joe from You. Nah, bro. But Kate was cool, but then she started not being cool. But it's also Joe's fault. Like, Joe, you're already a millionaire and you have fame. Like, why the hell are you choosing this stupid?
This video is going to be an introduction to using the navigation.
We should be calling the police. Hello? What are we talking about? Congo! What's good?
Edge of our
Joe Bartis. Who's
3D.
Who's Joe
Size problems, 0 meters on the y-axis.
Did you finish You too? Did you finish You as well? Man, that shit was pissing me off, bro. That nigga Joe don't know ball for real. Nigga like me, if I'm not trying to be no house husband ass nigga, the Prince Charming ass nigga in the magazines, how they had that nigga. But if I was in his position, I'd be like, damn, I'm really a millionaire. I'm really a millionaire and I'm famous. Like, shit, I have my son with me. Like, what more could I want? Like, I'm chilling. I don't gotta do much. But here this nigga and his antics go. Are you flirting with me? Like, no, nigga. She just dropped her fucking book in your bookstore and she picked it up in front of you. I'm sorry. She not flirting with your glass, nigga. Like, damn. Feminist that ending. Just ass fuck them hoes. Oh, no, it's not fuck them hoes. That nigga Joe definitely had to get the fuck on. That nigga was like, hey, I know you fuck with the gaslighting and shit, but that nigga Joe was evil, my nigga. Come on, he was catching endless amount of bodies. It was ridiculous how many bodies this nigga was catching, bro. It was bad, bro. But the Joe acting was really realistic, though. What you mean? He was that nigga's a good actor. I ain't gonna lie, he's a good actor. He a good actor. That's a great, bro. Here's the thing though, when you first dropped, this is when Netflix was dropping bangers, just heat. I remember watching this show, season 1. I'm like, oh, this is a good show. This is a good show. No, it didn't have no motion like that. It had no motion. Season 2 dropped around COVID or quarantine or whatever, and that's when niggas are stuck in the house. They said, fuck it, I'm gonna watch some shit. And then boom, that's when the show popped. I'm like, no, I don't have my secret show no more. It is what it is. It is what it is. What really got me was like, damn, I'm not gonna lie. Season 1 when he had Kate, Guinevere Beck was the fine shit of his. Beck was the baddest bitch on his roster. Beck, but my personal preference, Love. I got Love at 1 on his roster. But Beck fine shit. Beck really fine shit. And she had some cake on her. And she was a little slut. You know what I'm saying? But that nigga had Beck, and then he was gooning to her while standing on the sidewalk watching her finger herself in her apartment. Yeah, that nigga's a creep. We had to get that nigga the fuck on, bro. I ain't even gonna sit here and lie. What you mean, aura? Shut up. Men actually act like that. Maybe not the killing, but like manipulating and stuff. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do. But it's like, dang. But I also saw the female manipulation tactics in the show, bro. They were really trying to highlight and villain. Joe is definitely a villain. Don't get me fucking wrong. That nigga's a villain. But they were trying to make it seem like some of these hoes weren't like evil or bad as fuck. Like they weren't doing some crazy shit. Like, come on, let's keep it a bean, bro. Let's keep it a bean. Everybody was moving crazy in that bitch. Everybody except that one Indian hoe, that one Indian British girl. She was literally the only one in that show that I was like, shit, go ahead, do what you got to do. She wanted to kill that nigga Joe. I said, I don't blame you. But who was worse? No. Who would y'all rather be, Joe or that one nigga's that one husband nigga, that one bitch nigga that was fucking with the twin and shit? And I'm not gonna lie. The script was getting so predictable. I was dead watching it with my brother, and I would say the things that were about to happen right before it happened. I was like, man, come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. They just getting lazy at this point. I don't even give a fuck. It's Tuesday? What you mean it's Tuesday? The worst one was the one in Paris? I fucked with it. On some like different setting shit. I don't know. I kind of fucked with it. England season was ass. Paris was shit. I fucked with it, bro. I don't know. On some like I fucked with it because it was like, hold on, my nigga Joe International. He global now. My nigga Joe was global. He brought his shit overseas. I fucked with it. You know what I'm saying? The piece in Paris? Oh, it was England. Oh, okay, yeah. Dexter Peak. All right, we're gonna watch Dexter after we finish Punisher or Teen Wolf, whichever one we finish first. That's the next show we're gonna add on the roster. Damn, we should have added Snowfall. I'm gonna add Snowfall too. When we finish, okay, those are the next 2 shows we're gonna watch. When we finish Dexter, no, when we finish Punisher and Teen Wolf, we're watching Dexter and Snowfall, because I have not seen Snowfall, bro. Snowfall, I watch with you. I bet, cause bro, I tried to start watching it. It was good. Like I was fucking with it, but I just stopped. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Especially, bro, I ain't gonna lie. When I'm hearing niggas getting their cheeks clapped in their room, talk about some, oh no, he ain't beating him, he fucking him. I'm like, what? What are we talking about? He said he not beating him. He doing him. I said, what you mean he doing? I said, huh? What are we watching? It's like, what the fuck is this show? What? It's Tuesday. Oh, this nigga talk about the UK accent and shit. All right. We got y'all sending talks? Y'all sending talks? Bro, chat, my Nigerian uncle's coming. My Nigerian uncle's coming on Tuesday. That nigga be hating, bro. That nigga be hating on my earrings. That nigga be hating on my cornrows. That nigga be hating that I stream. It's like, damn, this nigga just don't fuck with my whole existence as a human being. That nigga don't fuck with anything I do. It's like, fuck. Gang, I might as well just, nah, I ain't gonna die. I ain't gonna die for no nigga. That's hating on me. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to tell you. Chat. So this girl gonna sit here and tell me she broke her phone. She said she broke her phone. I'm just now getting it replaced. I think it was my lesson to sit down and chill. Yeah, alright. Fuck out of here. Why she sitting here a lot in my face though, chat? She said her phone broke on Tuesday. I seen you post on your story on Wednesday. Come on. She wants you. No, she don't. No, she don't. She gotta show me she want me. No, not with the bullshit, you know what I'm saying? Watch my talks. Y'all send talks? Hey, can we send talks in the cord? Honestly, bro, because I hate, like, scrolling through, bro. Hate having to find shit. I ain't even gonna lie. But I'm gonna drag your shits up right now. Wait, Freshie, how come Freshie, you don't fuck with Punisher? Punisher's low-key a good watch, I ain't even gonna lie. Punisher's a solid watch. Fucking with it, bro. Good writing. It's a good character in Mr. Frank Castle. Man, that nigga say some, Maria, I am home. Oh my gosh, he called for Maria. She wasn't there no more. Oh my gosh, that was some good shit. That was some good shit. The last episode we left off on, it was a season finale too. Blue balled the fuck out that nigga Tay-Tay. Ended it in the middle of the episode. That nigga pissed. Alright, so let's get a couple talks in. We gotta get some talks. IG Reels. I'm gonna let them stack up a little bit. Y'all keep sending them. I'm gonna let them stack up a little bit. That's gonna be the first segment. Talks, IG Reels. Then we're gonna get into tunes. Then we're gonna watch some vids. We got a couple vids. There's a lot of vids that I wanna watch. We got a couple vids. We're gonna play a little bit of Siege. Play some R6. And then we're ending on a movie night. What movie should we watch tonight though, chat? We've been watching too much, we've only been watching, shows. We need to watch a movie. What movie should we watch tonight? She wants you. You want her to fuck you or something? I mean, chat, I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm growing up. I've come to the realization that I can't just be wanting to fuck 247. Like, obviously, I love fucking hoes. I love fucking women, but, bruh, man, am I supposed to want to fuck every woman I see? I feel like that's the point where it gets to the value of sex is lost. You know what I'm saying? Leave the World Behind. That shit is mad confusing, but it's good. Oh, that's the. Wait, Leave the World. Did you tell me to watch that shit earlier? You told me to watch that shit earlier, right? You said it was a show or a movie. Please tell me it's a movie. You said it's a movie? If it's a movie, I'll watch that shit. Movie? Bet. Alright, we watching that tonight then. We're watching that tonight. Watching that tonight. Watching that tonight! I'm watching that tonight! What are these? What are these? All Vaughn? Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a King Von listening ass nigga. I'm not a demon ass nigga. I'm not a shooter bang bang ass nigga. If y'all couldn't tell. I know looks may be confusing and shit. Looks may be deceiving, but I'm not no killer. I'm not no thug. I'm a good nigga. I'm a good boy. On some shit. Shit, that's how I look like if I had no neck. Would y'all watch me if I looked like this? If I had no neck like this? Would y'all be watching me? Or would y'all be frying me? Would y'all call me bobblehead ass nigga? Necklace ass nigga? No throat ass nigga? No apples at him ass nigga? If I looked like this, no neck and shit, would y'all watch me? Oh my gosh, I look like a fucking goofy. Hell nah. Alright, let me look at these talks y'all sent. No. Fuck you too, I guess. Alright, let me see what y'all got. Look at these reels and talks that y'all got, man. All the strippers better be crawling out from the TV after all these, bro. So they delayed it again, right? When they say it was coming out again? When they say this whole dropping? Cause when was it originally supposed to? Wasn't it supposed to drop this summer? Wasn't it supposed to drop literally this summer? May 20. Oh my gosh, bro. Okay, May 2026. Wait, May 2026? Literally a year?
Leads have been updated.
A year from now? Wasn't it supposed to drop like literally in a month? What the hell happened to these niggas? This October was initial. Oh wow, nah, they hoeing. You know what? Fuck it. Nah. I wouldn't want. Honestly, did y'all really expect that shit to drop? Like, come on, be honest, bro. Did y'all really expect no delays at all? No, like, come on, let's be serious. Did y'all expect not one delay or 2, 3, maybe max, minimum? Actually, fuck that. I need these niggas to take their fucking time. I need these niggas to take their fucking time. When did GTA 5 drop? 2013? I need these niggas to take their time, get everything right, mad graphics. When niggas drop, when niggas hop in that GTA goddamn server, I want there to be no lagging. Niggas gonna be lagging like a motherfucker though. Just keep it about. What's up, Arcane? Def gonna cost 100. Hey, chat, deadass, stack your doubloons up now. Stack your money up for GTA 6 now, and then put it away. You know what I'm saying? We all gotta be on GTA, bro. We all gotta be on GTA 6. New servers, new everything. You know what I'm saying? They're not delaying again? Shit, alright, buddy. Yeah, alright, buddy. I better not die before this shit. We're not gonna die, chat. We're all gonna live. We're all gonna be able to live and play GTA 6, bro. Come on now. Bro, that's really. Look, this literally be God, like, this literally be God giving you some extra preparation. The niggas gonna go home, fire up 2K, hop on some Fortnite, I don't know, goon, not take it serious, not go study for that exam, not go study for that test, just to fail. Niggas celebrating just so they can wait for the test. Like, it's like, huh, my nigga? Use this time wisely. Niggas don't want to use their time wisely no more. What you doing if you log into Steam and see it costs $245? I'm paying $245 with some extra tax on that bitch. So it's what, $247, $249? Best believe. I'm gonna play GTA 6. I ain't playing about that shit, nigga.
With my kids. I have sex in front of my kids. Okay. I'm naked with my kids. I have sex in front of my kids.
Alright, hold on. First of all, I don't know who. The only type of person I could see saying some shit like this, if they started like a stream career, Charleston White, Kevin Gates, definitely Kevin Gates. You know what I'm saying? This ain't my body though. I'm not the type of nigga to talk about some sex in front of my kids. What the fuck? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Oh, hell nah. What's the most wild shit y'all heard me say on stream though? What's some shit? Shit, honestly, I don't even feel like I say anything wild. I feel like I just say what's on my mind, bro. Just speak and say it. But whatever just be normal in my mind may not be normal in y'all's mind. Okay, I don't know. We don't all have the same brain. Because simply, you know, I think like an extraterrestrial ass nigga. My thought processes are out of this world. You know what I'm saying? Higher intelligence. You niggas couldn't relate. I understand if it don't make sense to you or if it's complex. You know what I'm saying? You did. I did what? LOL. What is this?
You. I'm like, baby, I ain't normal. She like puppy.
What is this nigga? What's up with this dude? Yes, Poppy Joe. Go to the dentist, Unk. Oh jeez. Oh brother, oh heavens. Oh. Oh my god. Like what actually urges them to do this though? Like what irks them to start swiping? Like curiosity kills the cat, my nigga. Like shit. Now if you see some thick shit or nah, let me chill. But if they see some thick shit, whose fault that gonna be? Mine? Yeah, cause it's on my phone. Respectfully though. But like, why are you scrolling through my phone? Like, why do they do this? To see dick pics? Okay, no. I just don't have my dick pics saved on my phone. I just don't have dick pics on my phone, buddy. I don't even have booty. Deadass, I don't even have nudes on my phone. I would want to play. Hey, should we play photo roulette? Oh, we should play photo roulette. Oh, now that's a fun game. We should play some photo roulette. Oh no, y'all ever played photo roulette? Y'all know how that game goes? Y'all know how that game works? Oh, photo roulette would be tough. Photo roulette with calm. Photo roulette with chat. cool. I'd have some fun with you niggas. Pause. But I don't have anything wild in my shit. And that ass in my eyes only. I'm not doing that. You're so pussy. No, come on. Don't be scary, nigga. Don't be scary. No, the thing is, look. I don't have anything. I really don't even have crazy shit like that in my phone.
Hello guys, so light map GI. Before we start baking the light map, first this is my custom scene here. It is a GLTF file. So you click on the file and in the import tab, make sure you change the light baking into static light map, so that we can unwrap the mesh for the UV2 to prepare for the baking. So and then we re-import, and then we create a new inherited scene. Copy all of this into this scene here, and you need to make the meshes unique, all of it. And then save the scene. Now I'm going to add a light, directional light, and world environment node. So let's add a material to our meshes. Now then, before we bake, we need to go to the mesh up here and use unwrap UV for light map. And we choose
Hello everyone, my name is Raven, and now directional lighting. Directional lighting is light map to take, as we'll leave it alone. For environment, we're going to set it to did that. Let me try that again really quick, because I definitely selected standard material that time. What on earth? Okay, well, seems fine. I don't know. It's just, it's weird with, you know, whatever. Let's move on. We'll select the texture. And just like before, we'll select triplanar, and then we'll set it to 0.5. And then we will go into UV and, oh, sorry, I meant sampling there. And we'll set it to linear. Ah, I know what's causing that. I think I do anyway. Anyhow, we'll fix that in a second if it continues to be an issue. Just zoom in a little bit. I'm going to go up here to view. I'm going to turn off the grid and the origin because I just want to focus, you know, on what's here in front of me. Okay, so the last thing I want to do is new resource, standard material, and we'll name this one Mat 3.
Fargo is your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo.
Oh, come on, come on.
Fargo lets you do this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card. I found it. I found my card.
And also this.
Fargo, turn on my debit card.
Do you, Fargo? You can with Wells Fargo. What else can Fargo?
As someone who absolutely adores the Legacy Console Editions, finding out that there was a mod that completely replicates everything I love was shocking information. That mod is called Legacy 4J, the aim of which is to recreate the Legacy Console Edition feel, from menus to sounds to interfaces to everything. Oh my god, that is so cool. I'm plugging in my controller for this. I've already experienced a little bit of this, but I have not played for very long, so I want to just give it a try. You can see I started by testing out the tutorial world. Wait, there's like save options and stuff? Okay. Let's start with a just creating the world, okay? I didn't mean to do that. I thought I was gonna be able to type. All right, let's try that again. Oh, so hardcore, okay. Hard mode, all of the texture packs, that looks so cool. Console aspects? Bonus chest. Oh, that one's loud. It sounds so cool. It's just like the Legacy Console Editions, which that's what it's trying to accomplish. It's crazy because like this is the exact music I always remember hearing. So I see if I'm hovered over it, it just lets me do that. Gaming. It's so cool. Oh, why is it loading? There we go. Is this console world generation too? I believe my settings are too fast. Wow. Let's get some materials. Oh, the menus. The attention to detail is insane. Like, look at even the items in your inventory show up the same. Normally on Java Edition, it would only show, even the achievements. On Java Edition, it would normally only show the name of the tool. The best part about all of this is that this is native controller support. They did this all by themselves. There's no other additional mod making this work. Oh, and the inventory. How does crafting work on PC? Oh, like not at all. Okay, no, it kind of works. How do you go between tabs? Oh, it just turned on my Xbox. Oh, wait, I wonder if I can just, wait, so if I oh yeah, you can just click on it. That probably should have been one of the first things I tried. You can even edit in your inventory. That is so cool. As far as I'm aware, this looks like old console terrain. It most certainly is. I've never seen something like that recently. Oh, the bonus chest. Let's see. That looks like console. I'm just waiting to hear the music. I want the music to kick in. It does retain all of the new features, which is good. I hate when mods that recreate old versions just decide to take out new features. The fog looks so cool. The rose bushes. It feels so odd. It's like a mix of Bedrock. No, you know what this is? This is Bedrock if it was good. Oh wait, don't you get a map by default? I could have sworn that you did. I guess not. Also, why can't I open the inventory? Oh, it's because it's I by default. Well, that's cool and all, but I want to see my old worlds like this. A few months ago, I decided to move my old console edition worlds to Bedrock and then to Java edition. I mean, that's not a good sound. And as much as I love having them on Java Edition, I haven't really touched them, but we don't really talk about that. I still do miss some of the old parts of Legacy Console Edition. It's its own unique thing, and it's hard to forget about it. So immediately, let's go into the creative world. I don't recall leaving off here. I'm gonna be entirely honest. Holy crap, that fog. Let's make it like 18. I'm pretty sure that's what the Xbox One edition was. Oh, that looks about right. Whoa, this feels so cool. The inventory, the creative inventory, it looks so good. I love that texture. Was that how it actually looked before? I don't remember. This feels so cool to look at. Because on Java Edition, yeah, it's cool, but it misses that Xbox and Legacy feel. This is like, it's just it. It's right there. Huh. Oh, I wonder if there's Bedrock fog. Wait, I want to look. Oh, the water's just still missing. That's cool. I guess this isn't Bedrock anymore. It's supposed to be down here. Oh, wait, there's actually a game mode switcher? Holy crap, there's a mod menu. Wow. Change skin, work in progress. How to play, work in progress. Is there fog down here? No, it doesn't look like it. Oh, it didn't like that. The game loading up like this looks so cool. Now let's see the survival world that I basically learned everything about Minecraft in. Oh my god. It's got the gamma right too. That's like, I think the biggest factor. Oh, and the potatoes. I love that old texture. Sometimes I really just want to go back to it. How the hell do I get out of here? I don't remember. Where in God's name am I? Oh, I remember. Oh yeah, there were minecarts there. I'm just struggling. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, this hallway. Yep. That's about all I remember seeing compared to Java Edition, where you could see like double the distance and the ocean monument from here. They nailed it. It feels just like it. I want to craft. I want to do some stuff. What the I don't remember doing that. Oh, this mustn't be the version where I got everything transferred. Oh, no, I guess it was. Crap. Doo-doo water. Even like the tooltips look the same. They did a fantastic job. That's awesome. Oh, the map. What is that supposed to be? Oh, a whole lot of nothing. Great. Let's say I want to craft like a book or something, right? Oh, the pops! All of the inventory sounds are so nostalgic. I don't remember them being that annoying, but I think when you're not listening to it through a headset and like more so through a TV, it's fine. I don't have any leather. Oh my god, I don't think it was ever that okay, and the game just crashed again. Now, this might be a good time for me to remind you that this is a very new mod. This just came out like a few months ago. Pretty sure around the same time, if not after I made the video, where I transferred everything over to Java and said, hey, it'd be cool if they added a mod to Java that did this. It's new. It's a very new mod. But while we're here, I say we take a look at the tutorial world. Also, this is a nice touch. They did a really good job with it. Everything's a nice touch. This isn't the tutorial world that I've gone through before on the channel. This is, I think, the most recent tutorial world as far as whatever version that is the newest. I don't even know. But this is Minecraft's tutorial world, and this is something that Legacy is known for because it allowed you to learn the game without just starting fresh and having no idea what to do. It taught you the basics. There's a sheep over there keeping my eye on you. Okay, so it looks like they may have placed the dirt here. Okay, screw that. Just gonna steal from the wall. The crafting is so cool. Honestly, I would love it if Java Edition had this in the actual game. I think that interface is just, it's cool. The same way that Bedrock Edition slowly got the classic way to craft alongside the Pocket Edition UI. Fireworks! Welcome to the tutorial. I have no idea what these pistons here are for. Oh, yeah, still no idea. I'll take this hoe. Here it gives you some of the basic resources to grow your own crops because it wants to teach you what crops are, and as you can see in the top right, that was kind of a big thing with Legacy 2, is that it would teach you about everything that you looked at. I haven't seen this beetroot texture in years. Hello, villagers. This is another thing that the mod does very well, which is the old villager UI, and I forgot about this until I saw it the other day. It's ugly, just like you. Yeah, you better fucking run away. Oh, here it gives you some stuff to enchant. I think, oh, fire aspect, perfect. That's exactly what I want. No hard feelings. This place is so cool. I think that, honest to God, Minecraft benefits from a place like this. It's just so cool to be able to look at a single place that shows off almost every mechanic in the game in, like, its most basic form. Right there. Look at that. A conduit. I have no idea where it is. I'm struggling. I didn't want to make a lever. What the hell? Where is it? I have no idea. Oh my god, I can just scroll through these sections. Oh my god, there it is. We don't talk about this. Like, how else are you gonna learn about a conduit? I'll say it once, I'll say it again. I love this. The way it just shows off all the different redstone components and what they do and just every mechanic in the game. Yay, and I got nothing. This one's cool. It shows off all the minecart stuff. I'm gonna explore my own. How about that? I don't know what these sections mean. Diamond? Oh, so this is like the obstacle course, so you can fly through it. I see. So it wants you to just go through them, and that's awesome. It's incredible how talented these mod creators are. Is this a reference to the Glide minigame? Oh, that's so cool. I absolutely adore these maps. It's just a regular village. These statues are so cool. Don't mind me just storing my garbage in this house. That's a beacon in that one. I would love to see what they have coming next, because if they can recreate like classic world sizes and all of the interfaces, like the skin menus and stuff like that, I would love to see how they implement it. Oh man, this was one of the last tutorial worlds I remember seeing. Oh, a Totem of Undying? Because I left. I jumped off the bandwagon of Legacy and I swapped over to Java Edition because I knew that there was only one option, and that was to either live with Bedrock or start fresh. So I started fresh. Oh, yay!
These days, you can find plenty of videos of people improving logos, websites, even lawns. But when was the last time you saw a video of someone improving some code? Well, for this video, my friend Monocode has given me permission to tear his code apart. So that's exactly what we're going to be doing. So, if you want to learn something about coding, or you just want to see some satisfying code transformation, stick around because you're in for a treat. After opening the project in Godot, the first thing I had to do was to run it. So, okay, we can control this thing. We've got asteroids coming on screen. We've got sacrilegious diagonal pixels. And presumably there's a way, yes, I can shoot. Yeah, honestly, a very neat little asteroids clone right here. It controls well, it feels very fast. I like the speed of it. It's simple, but it's fun. Godot uses a Python-like language called GDScript, and I decided to start by opening the player script. And the very first thing I've noticed is that none of these variables have types. You don't have to define the types of your variables in GDScript, but in my opinion, it's much better to be explicit, as this can help prevent accidental errors. And the easiest way to do that is literally just by using this colon equals operator instead of a regular equals. And what that says to Godot is this variable has a value of 10, but it also has the same type as this. So in this case, it's an integer. In this case, it's a float. This is equivalent to writing this. So that's a quick win right there. We can just define all the types. See, right now I have no idea what type dir is. I can see it's being assigned an int. So we will call that an int. Another quick win is prefixing function and variable names with an underscore to denote them as private. This is just a convention that tells developers that these things shouldn't be accessed from outside of the class that they're in. And just to double check these things aren't needed elsewhere, we can use Ctrl-Shift-F to search the entire project. I'm going to do Ctrl-R for replace, and we're going to replace rotation velocity with underscore rotation velocity. Oh, okay, that's problematic. We're going to match case on that. Next, I made a few other minor changes, like removing trailing white space and unneeded brackets. Normally, I would get an auto formatter to do this sort of thing for me, but I don't actually know if there's one available for Godot. I noticed there was this method with a bit of a strange name on area 2D, area entered. And it's not used directly in code, but it is hooked up to a signal of one of the player's colliders. So when anything enters the colored area, that's when this method is going to be called. So I decided to just rename this on area 2D entered. But going back to the code, what I wanted to say was there's all this nesting going on here, which can be avoided by just inverting this condition and introducing an early return statement. And this is something I always try and do whenever I can, because the more nested your code becomes, the harder it is to manage and maintain. The same is obviously going on here in this input method, but I probably wouldn't turn this into an early return because it's quite common in these input methods to have lots of different if, else if statements. So I'll keep this as is, but if we really wanted to keep things tidy, we could actually extract all of this to a function. Let's call it shoot because that's what it's doing. And then we'll call that function from inside the input method. And you can see that's already just a lot clearer what's going on there. Underscore shoot. I'm noticing as well that we're actually listening to the UI accept action. This is a built-in action which, as the name would suggest, is intended to be used when you're clicking on a button or something like that in the UI. So we can actually define our own action instead in project settings. If we go to input map, hide the built-in actions, you can see we don't actually have any actions of our own defined, apart from this none action. I'm not sure exactly what that's about. We're going to just delete that and create a new one. Let's call this shoot. It's good practice to define custom actions for all the inputs in your game. This makes our intent much more explicit, and it also means that each action could be potentially rebound to a different key. So instead of UI accept here, we'll now say was action pressed shoot, and this is now very, very intuitive. If you've pressed the shoot action, then you shoot. And we can now reduce this indentation as well. Bullet node.instantiate. What is bullet node? That is a scene which we're preloading. This is our bullet scene. It's basically just a small square sprite and a collider around it. But our bullet node at the top has a script associated with it. And that script is bullet.gd. So what that allows us to do is inside bullet.gd, we can actually give it a named type. We can say this is a bullet. Whatever has this script is now a bullet. So in the player script, when we instantiate our bullet node, we can actually assign a type to that. In other words, our compiler now knows that this variable is a bullet, which is the type defined by this other script. Now I can see that we are offsetting the bullet slightly based on the player's rotation so that it spawns in front of the player. And at the moment we're calculating this vector manually, but I wonder if there's actually a built-in way to calculate a vector from an angle. I suspect that there is. Vector2.fromAngle. Rotation. So this nasty maths can just be replaced with a built-in function. At this point I realized that I'd broken something. Yeah, I can no longer turn. So I turned my attention to the input handling, which was a little bit strange. We're using a custom function called processInputs to handle both the rotation and acceleration. But again, we're relying on these built-in UI inputs instead of bespoke actions. So the first thing I did was create dedicated actions for this purpose. So now we can say right, left, forward, backward. The processInputs function was taking two inputs and figuring out a value based on which of those was pressed. However, Godot has a built-in function called getAxis for this exact purpose. So let's call that instead. And we'll pass that directly into the function instead of the action names as we were doing before. processInputs was a bit of a confusing method. So I started by adding types to the parameters, renaming some of the parameters based on what they're actually being used for. We could now remove the dir variable altogether, and finally simplifying some of the logic inside the method. Okay, we're back in business. Another minor thing here, we have a reference here to this animated sprite, and we're referring to that by name using this $sign, which is equivalent to writing get node like this. But let's say we were to move this animated sprite at some point later down the line. Let's say this became a child of another node, like that. This would then break because the path to find this node has now changed. To avoid that, I always like to press axis as unique name, and that basically assigns a unique name to this animated sprite 2D, so we can refer to it like so. And that means wherever this node moves within the player's scene tree, we'll still be able to retrieve it. And I'm noticing again, we should probably assign a type to this so that the compiler actually knows the type of this variable. Alright, this is looking pretty good, but there's just one final thing I want to address. And that is this line here. GetParent.getNode assumes that this particle manager exists underneath the parent node. In other words, it expects it to be a sibling of the player. In Godot, that's not really considered a safe assumption, because although you can know precisely what's below you in the scene graph, you can't really make any guarantees about what's above you, because that just depends how the parent node is configured. Now, of course, this works with the current setup, but if we wanted to make it safer, there's a few approaches we could take. We could make the particle manager into a singleton. We could emit a signal and have the particle manager connect to it somehow. But I think the easiest fix in this case is going to be to use a group. So instead of getParent.getNode, we'll be using getTree.getFirstNode in group, and we'll just register the particle manager node with that group. So inside the game scene, this is where the particle manager node is defined. We'll go to the node tab on the right and we'll add it to the group. I'm going to leave it there for now, but here's a final side-by-side comparison of the code before and after. And if you enjoyed this and you want to see more videos like this, let me know in the comments. See you next time.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like getting Bateman when you need Batman.
Stop! Whoa, cat lady, time out.
This will completely change how you think about game development. It's the best theory I've ever
いやー、飲んだ飲んだ。そろそろ家に帰って寝るか。なんじゃ、お前さん民家じゃの。
この辺りで粉ミルクを売ってる店を知らないか。この子が腹を空かせて困ってるんだ。
ん？そらお前さんのガキか。この時間はどこの店も開いとりゃせん。あいを家に帰って寝したりや。
そうか。ほらほら。高いをしてほしいらしい。よーしよし。高いをしてほしいらしい。そーれ。はっはっは。横に揺らしてほしいようだ。横に。ほら横揺らしたぞ。高いをしてほしい。ほら高い。その調子だ。この辺りで粉ミルクを売ってる店を知らないか。
ん？なんじゃおっさん。
この子が腹を空かせて困ってるんだ。粉ミルクが今すぐ欲しい。
こんないかついおっさんが育児しとるんか。こりゃ傑作じゃ。さては女に逃げられたんじゃろ。おっさんも大変じゃのう。
知らなければいい。じゃあな。
まあ頑張ってくれや。
この辺りで粉ミルクを売ってる店を知りませんか。
確かどこかの店に売っとったの。いつじゃったかの。わしが何か買うたついでに気がついたんじゃな。ああ、すまん。忘れてしもった。でも確かにこの近くに売っとるはずじゃ。
よーしよーし。縦に揺らしてほしいのか。縦に揺らしてほしいのか。それ揺らすぞ。横に揺らしてほしいようだ。ほら揺れるぞ。横に揺らしてほしいようだ。ほら横揺らしたぞ。その調子だよ。
大丈夫じゃ、ちいちゃん。変な男作っとらんじゃ今度会えるの。ん？ああ、ちょっと待って。
この辺りで。
ああ、ちいちゃん聞こえる？今目の前に小さいガキ連れた変なおっさんがおるんよ。ほんでミルクを売ってる店知りませんかって。ちいちゃん知っとんの？うん。ちいちゃんが薬局行ってみって。薬局行きゃ。
そうか。
さすが。
しよし。高い高いをしてほしい。それ。はっはっは。高い高いをしてほら。高い高い。縦に揺らしてほしいのか。それ揺らすぞ。その調子だ。すまない。誰かいないか。あげてくれ。赤ん坊のミルクがいるんだ。
こんな時間に困るんよ。もうお店は閉めとるんで。
悪いな。ミルクだけでいいんだ。売ってもらえないか。子供が泣き止まねえ。
明日また来て使わさい。ちょうど切らしておりますけ。
そうなのか。なら他に売ってる店は。
この辺にはないの。
参ったな。どうすりゃいいんだ。
あんたどっから金さった。
いや悪いなばあさん。世間話は今度にしてくれ。とにかくどこかでミルク、いや離乳食でもいい。手に入らねえか。
そうじゃねえ。いいのならなんとかしてくれるかもしれんな。
いいの？町内会のいいのか。水軍アパート。
知っとるんか。あの鼻垂れじゃったらなんとかするじゃろう。便利な男じゃけ。
今どこにいるかわかるか。
知らんの。
そうか。そうだ。横に揺らしてほしいよ。ほら揺れるぞ。高い高いをして。それはっはっは。横に揺らしてほしいようだ。ほら横揺らしたぞ。縦に揺らしてほしいのか。それ揺らすぞ。縦に揺らしてほしいのか。さあ縦揺らした。その調子だ。
あれ？キリアさん、飯野くんのアパートどうでした？
ああ、そっちは大丈夫だ。 それよりまたいいのに連絡を取ってくれねえか。ハルトが泣き止まなくて困ってんだ。ミルクを手に入れたい。
あ、わかった。ちょっと待ってて。
すまない。店の前で待ってる。もう少しの辛抱だ。悪いな、ハルト。
桐生さん、飯野くんからの伝言。この近くの床屋さんに赤ちゃんがいるんだけど、そこでミルクを分けてもらったらいいって。
床屋か？このスナック街にあるのか？
うん。案内してあげたいけど、今ちょっと手が離せなくて。
いや、いいんだ。わかった。少し探してみる。すまない。ちょっといいか？
何か？
実はちょっと赤ん坊のことで困ってて。
ちょっとなあ、あんた。そがんなとこでやめてや。
なんならでかい声出すなや、ブサイクが。やかましいんじゃ。
邪魔すんな。ちゃんと便所に行ってやれ。
どこでやろうがわしの勝手じゃ。引っ込んどれや。
人んちの前でなんすんの。はよあっち行きんさいや。
くそ、味がかねえ。すまない。この子を少し頼む。
ちょっと。
おい、いい加減にしろ。お前が邪魔で大事な話が進まね
え。なんじゃこら。やるんか。
黙れ。消えろと言ってるんだ。
それが喧嘩売っとるっちゅうんじゃ。上等じゃ。踊れや。ぶち殺したるぞ。
なんなんよあんたら、人んちの前で大騒ぎしてからに。
すまない。実はこの店に赤ん坊がいるって聞いて、ミルクを分けてもらおうと思ってきたんだ。
わかった。ええよ。ちょっと待っとって。この辺りは店が閉まるんが早いんじゃけ。ミルクは日のあるうちに切らさんようにせんにはいけんよ。
身に染みて分かったよ。ありがとう。とにかく助かった。
ええけ、はよ帰って飲ませてやりんさい。いつまでも泣かしとったらかわいそうじゃけん。
ああ。 そうだ。ほら。横に揺らしてほしいよな。ほら、揺れるぞ。なでなでしてほしいのか。よしよし。横に揺らしてほしい。ほら、横揺らしたぞ。縦に揺らしてほしいのか。さあ、縦揺らした。横に揺らしてほしい。ほら、揺れるぞ。その調子だ。ハルト、ほら、ミルクだぞ。待たせて悪かったな。おい、なんだよ。ミルクが欲しかったんじゃねえのか。
桐生さん、清美です。スナック清美の。
空いてる。入ってくれ。
やっぱり。ちょっといい？お腹が減ってるわけじゃなかったみたい。眠いのね。
眠い？
こういう時は優しく抱っこしてしばらく待つしかないかな。
それだけか。
うん。
マジかよ。
大変でしたね、桐生さん。
あんた、わざわざ心配して来てくれたのか。
うん。なんかほっとけなくて。迷惑かもしれないけど。
面倒見がいいんだな。店の方はいいのか。
うちに来るのはみんな常連さんだから、今は少しくらい私がいなくても平気。
あんたにも子供がいるのか。
え？
子供の扱いに慣れてる。
少し前に友達の子供を預かったことがあるから。あ、そろそろお店に戻らなきゃ。おやすみなさい。今日はゆっくり休んで。明日またハルト君のパパを探すんでしょ？
ああ、そうだな。
それじゃ。
何こっち見とる。バカスタ。
もしもし。
おう、まだここらうろつっとってんか悪い。
南雲か。何か用か。
冷たいのう。もう知らん仲じゃないじゃろが。お？
今度は子分連れか。なんで俺を目の敵にする。ほっといてくれねえか。
ならはよ東京に帰ったらどうじゃ。あ？
頭、そいつは誰なんです？
よう聞いてくれたの。こいつはな、東京から来たよそもんじゃ。見てみ、憎ったらしい面じゃろ。
頭、もうそろそろ時間なんすけど、早く行かねえとまたブーブー文句言われますよ。
バカだれ。誰が文句言おうが知らんわい。おう、言うた。踊れ、頭に向かって偉そうな口聞きよって、まだ話の途中じゃろうが。
いえ、あいつもう聞いてねえみたいですけど、ほら。
あのクソ下駄が。
今度にしましょう。ね。こっちは頭が行かねえと始まらねえんですから。
命拾いしたの、桐生。じゃがの、今度会うた時が己の最後じゃ。よう覚えとけ。
ったく、面倒なのに関わっちまったな。
あ、噂をすればってやつだ。
ん？
ちょうど今桐生さんのところに行こうと思ってたの。ちょっと頼みがあって。
俺にか？なんだ？
桐生さん、野球できます？
うん、まあルールくらいは知っている。
そっか。 飯野くんのやってる草野球チームで今日これから試合があるんだけどね、急にメンバーが足りなくなっちゃって、それで私から頼んでほしいって言われちゃったの。
試合の人数合わせってことか。わかった。あんたらには昨べから世話になりっぱなしだしな。
ごめんなさい、なんか恩着せてるようで。
今からすぐにってことか。
うん、球場まで案内するけど、私まだ支度があるから先にロープウェイ乗り場で待っててくれます？
ロープウェイ乗り場か。
すぐに追いつけると思う。
ああ、わかった。
キリさん、ごめんね、お待たせ。
俺も今来たとこだ。
ハルト君のパパ探さないといけないのにね。邪魔しちゃったみたいで。
いや、草野球の試合なら地元の人間もたくさんいるだろうしな。かえってはるかのことを聞くにも好都合かもしれない。
そう言ってくれると嬉しいけど、なら行きましょう。球場まで案内する。
ああ、頼む。
おお、桐生さん、よう来たの。急にメンバーが腹壊しおったんじゃ。じゃけ、宿代の代わりと思うてくれや。
ああ、分かってる。
飯野くん、あんまり桐生さんに恩着せがましくしないでよ。
なんなら清ちゃん、わっとるよ。じゃけど、本人が言うとるんじゃけ。清ちゃんも、そがにこいつの肩持つことないんじゃないの？
飯野くんには関係ないでしょ。
冷たいの。おいじゃ、桐生さんはライトの8番じゃ。じゃけど、あんまり頑張りすぎんでえわ。わしら気軽に楽しゅう野球するのがモットーじゃけ。
そう？でも相手チームはそういうつもりじゃないみたいよ。見て、桐生さん。
ん？
面白いもんじゃ。のう、よくよく踊れとは縁があるの。
本当に狭え町だな、ここは。
キヨちゃん、あんたなんでまたそいつと一緒なんじゃ。
何？別にいいでしょ。
ええわけないじゃろ。なあキヨちゃん、わしの気持ちはよう分かっとるはずじゃろうが、そんなうさんくさい男に近づいちゃいかんど。わしの身にもなってくれや。
ああ、気色悪い声出すな、ナグモ。キヨちゃんはお前なんぞ興味ないんで。
外野はすっこんどれや、バカだれ。踊れも平気になっとるんじゃなあと。もうあの店には出入り禁止じゃ。踊れ、今度キヨちゃんの店に近づいたら命はないと思えや。
勝手なことばっかり。
そろそろ試合じゃねえのか。あんたらのベンチはあっちだ。
言われんでも分かっとる。
頭、もういいじゃないですか。さあ、みんな待ってますから。
おう今日の試合は荒れそうじゃのう。
あんた、前に投げ元なんかあったんか？
いや、ちょっとした因縁でな。それより、あいつらとはよく試合するのか。相手はヤクザだろ。
ヤクザは今おった広瀬一家の3人だけじゃ。あとのメンバーは仇じゃけ。それにの、ナグモもあれで野球にだけは真面目じゃ。なんかあってもわしが守っちゃるけ。あんたもあのバカタレは気にせんでええど。
野球に関しちゃ真面目なんじゃなかったのか。
あの人全員デッドボールにする気みたい。
カモン、どうした。はようかかってこんか。いいのこれ乱闘じゃろが。なんじゃ腰抜けが。威勢が良かったんはガキンコロだけか。おい踊れ、それでも金玉ついとるか。
松永の兄貴、次のバッター、あの桐生っておっさんす。
ああ、じゃけど頭は何ムキになっとんじゃ。野球までむちゃくちゃしょったらあの人のええとこなんもなくなるで。
さあ、 どうでもいいですよ。今日は頭乱闘しねえと収まらないみたいだし、ならとっとと終わらせて帰りましょう。
ほうじゃな。
大丈夫桐生さん。
南雲が狙ってんのは俺だ。もう少し俺の打順が早けりゃ他の連中に痛い思いさせずに済んだかもな。
え？
ようやく本命のお出ましじゃ。今日はよう指が滑りよるけ。わしも自分の球がどこに向かうか責任が持てんのじゃ。悪気はないんで。顔面と真ん中にぶち込んだろ。見とれよ腐れけどが。死ね
確かに今日は指がよく滑るな。俺も自分のバットがどこに飛ぶか責任が持てねえ。
ほうか。
始めますか、松永の兄貴。
おう。おいおい、まずいでこりゃ。
お遊びはここまでじゃの。よっしゃ、喧嘩じゃ喧嘩。 Yeah!
すごい。
マジか、あのおっさん。
試合終了だ、ナグモ。
踊れ。こんかばつたれが勝手に終わらすんな。
お疲れさん。後で合流するわ。
悪かったな。せっかくのお楽しみを台無しにしちまって。
いやあ、ええんじゃ。桐生さんのせいじゃないですけ。じゃけどあんた、ええ腕っぷしじゃのう。ヤクザ相手に完封勝ちじゃ。ナグモのバカタレにゃええ薬になったじゃろ。
そうそう。悪いのは南雲くん。野球にだけは真面目だったのに見損なった。もううちには出入り禁止にするかな。
ああ、それがええわ、キヨちゃん。南雲にはもう一杯も酒飲ませたらいけんよ。
ところでいいのくん、さっきの話だけど。
おお、そうじゃ。桐生さん、さっき預かっとったこの写真じゃがの。うちのチームの連中はやっぱりこの子を見たことないっちゅうとる。
そうか、わかった。手間は取らせたな。
この後チームで打ち上げなんじゃ。桐生さんもキヨちゃんも一緒に来んか。
いや、遠慮しとく。俺にはやることがあるんだな。この子の父親を探さなきゃならない。
それなら私も遠慮してく。
ほうか。じゃあアパートのことで何かあったら気軽に言うてくれや、桐生さん。もうあんたはわしらの仲間じゃ。キヨちゃんに手出さん限りはの。
ああ、わかってる。
ほいじゃ。
はるかちゃんの手がかり見つからなかったですね。
ああ、こうなると本当にはるかがこの町にいたのかも怪しくなってきたな。
え？
ここはそんなに広い町じゃない。その割にはるかの顔を知ってる人間にまだ一人も会えてね。あいつはこの町を素通りしただけでそんなに長い時間はいなかったのかもしれない。もしそうならハルトの父親がここで見つかるとは思えないな。
桐生さん、
アパートに帰るよ。服も着替えたい。
あ、ならその後またうちのお店に来て。
ん？
一汗かいてお腹空いたでしょ。今日の埋め合わせにご馳走する。
そんな気使う必要はないぞ。
いいから。 ハルト君のお世話もしたいし。
わかった。じゃあまた後で。
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。いらっしゃい。
気に入ったぜ。さあ行くか。
ありがとうございました。
いらっしゃい。どうぞ。
ああ。 なあ、ママ。
はい。
この店はいつも空いてるんだな。
耳の痛いこと言うな。うちだけじゃないです。ここのスナック街はもう火が消えちゃってて、昔と違って若い人はみんなよその町のキャバクラとかに行っちゃうの。
やっぱり今日の感情は払わせてもらうよ。
ごちそうするって言ったんだから恥かかせないで。うちにだって常連さんはいるし、女一人ちゃんと食べていけてるんだから。
この店はずっと一人でやってるのか？
まあそうかな。それよりまずは乾杯ね。
ああ。
ねえ、大丈夫ですか？例のやつ、そろそろ時間なんじゃ。
いや、まだいいだろう。俺がこいつをゆっくり味わってからだ。
おう、表出や桐生。
いい加減にしやがれ。俺にはもう時間がねえんだ。
なんなら
遊び相手なら他のやつを当たれ。お前と違って俺は忙しい。
おう、南雲、探しとったで。
いい飲みっぷりだぜ、ハルト。
え？
邪魔するで。
なんなんです？
わしゃ舛添組じゃ。南雲の面倒見とりますがの。わしは組長の舛添いうもんですが。チーとママに話があるんじゃ。
私に？
おう、込み入った話ですけ。そちらのお客さんは外してもらえませんかの。帰れ言うとるんじゃ。
あんたに指図される覚えはね。俺はただの客だ。気にしないで続けてくれ。
ほう、じゃったら構わんが、後で吠え面かかんこっちゃ。キヨちゃん、すまん。なるほどのう。評判通りの美人ママじゃ。我がこの店でみかじめとらんのもうなずけるのう、南雲。じゃが広瀬一家からうちへの上納金が遅れとるんはどういうわけじゃ。舛添の親分、わしゃの陽明連合会直系に名を連ねる舛添組を背負っとるんで、踊れら四次団体のボンクラどもまでいちいち上納金催促せないかんのか。踊れらがきっちりみかじめとらんけ、金が遅れとるんじゃろうが。上納金は今うちの親父が伏せってますけ。もうちいと待ってつかさい。じゃったらやることやれ言うとるんじゃ。
みかじめなら払えます。
ママ。
いいの、よその人は構わないで。この町の問題なんだから。
んじゃ、キヨちゃん。これは受け取れんよ。これ受け取ったら、わしゃもう、客としてこの店に来られんようになる。何しとるんじゃ、ナグモ。踊れ。わしらに恥かかせるんか。おう末裔の親分。わしらにはわしらのやり方がありますき。この町の仕切りは広瀬一家に任せて使わさい。へえ、そこまで惚れとるっちゅうんか。ほうか。そんじゃったら我も腹くくっとるんじゃろうな。邪魔したの。今度は客として飲みに寄らしてもらいますわ。ほんますまんな、キヨちゃん。ナグモ、はよ来いや。我はこれから男を見せるんじゃろうが。
ごめんね、ハルト君。怖かったね。
少し外の空気を吸ってくる。
え？
すぐに戻る。
キリュウさん。
飯野さんか。南雲を見なかったか。
見たで。そのことじゃ。さっき南雲がヤクザどもに引きずられちょっての。わしも今広瀬一家に助け呼びに行くとこなんじゃ。ほんまのバカだれ。弱いのにヤクザなんとなるけ小川なことになるんじゃ。
どの辺で見た？どこへ向かってた？
丘の上に向かっとるようじゃった。あ、じゃよ、キリュウさんはいかんで。南雲のことは広瀬一家に任せるんじゃ。ええの？
そこまで待ってる余裕はね。
いくらあんたが強い言うても、これ以上ヤクザに首突っ込んだらいけん。相手は南雲より格上の極道じゃ。しかも4、5人はおったんで。
分かってる。それより丘の上ってのは？
ロープウェイで登った先じゃ。おいじゃが夜はもう動いとらんけ。この時間じゃったら歩いて山道を上がっていくしかないで。
ってことはつまり
わしゃとにかく助けを呼んでみるけ。悪いことは言わん。あんたここで待っとけな。
時間食っちまった。鍵
桐生さん。お前は。そうです、トラフルです。こんなとこで会うなんて奇遇ですね。ここ私の実家があるんですよ。ほう、そうなのか。ただこの辺も昔に比べて物騒になりました。まあカムロ町ほどじゃないですけどね。ところで尾道でもいろいろ事件が目立つようになってしまったので、こちらでも SNS を開設したんですよ。こちらでも桐生さんに SNS の投稿が届くようになります。もし助けていただけるものがあればぜひ解決に協力してください。それじゃあお願いします。尾道を良くするために頑張りましょう。
クヒだ。のどかさや小山続きに塔二つ。正岡式。
知っとるか、踊れの今の格好のジェット式言うんじゃ。昔中国で裏切り者に取らせとったポーズじゃけ。踊れにようお似合いじゃ。おらマッソへの親分南雲。なんならお前さっきスナックにおったやつじゃの。桐生、わざわざ小川な場所までわしら会うてきたんか。我南雲のなんじゃ。おう。
俺はそいつの喧嘩仲間だよ。
喧嘩仲間。引っ込んどれや桐生。国道の世界に首突っ込むなバカだれ。
極道だろうがなんだろうがこっちは赤ん坊を流されてるんだな。お前らには一言詫び入れてもらわねえとこっちが収まらね
え。酔っとるんかおっさん。わしらに喧嘩売っとるんじゃったら買うてやってもええがの。命の保証はせんど。
喧嘩を売ってんじゃねえ。お前らが詫びを入れりゃ許してやると言ってるだけだ。
何のつもりじゃキリ。マッスー組相手にそが穴真似してただじゃ済まんど。
お前が俺の心配をするのか。
バカだれ。誰が我のことなんか。じゃがの我が殺されたりしたらのキヨちゃんが泣きよるんじゃ。
やっぱりお前はいい男だ。
おお、ええ加減にせんか。おもろいよ。お前らも一応言うておきますがの、あんならチートただの仇とは違いますけどね。
行くぞ。
まにやりよった。ほいじゃが、相手は舛添組の極道が5人もおったんで。わりゃ、なんちゅう男じゃ。
立てるか、南雲。
桐生さんよ、あんたはなんでわしなんかを助けたんじゃ。
男ってのは惚れた女の前じゃカッコつけたいもんだよな。男なら誰だってそうだ。その女の前では絶対に弱さは見せられねえ。強い自分であり続けたいと願う。だがそのために命まで張れる男はそうはいない。さっきお前は絶対に逆らえないはずのものに対してさえ男の覚悟を曲げずに貫いた。そんな男を黙って見殺しにできるわけがねえ。俺があんたを助けた理由はそれだけだ。
負けじゃ。完全にわしの負けじゃ。あんたにじゃったらキヨちゃん取られてもわしは納得するわ。潔よ、身を引けるわい。
安心しろ。俺と彼女はそんな仲じゃね
え。じゃけどあんたみたいな男がそばにおったらどうせキヨちゃんはもうわしに惚れてくれんじゃろ。そういうことですけ。わしゃ決めたわ。
決めた？
桐生の兄貴、どうかこれからわしに兄貴と呼ばせてください。
いや、おいちょっと待て。
待たんです。わしは兄貴についていきますけ。どうかよろしく頼みます。
おい話せ。
いえ、話さんですね。桐生の兄貴、わしらこれから兄弟ですけ。杯しましょう。あ、いや、なんなら杯はええです。ただ兄貴と呼ばせてもらえりゃそれでええですけ。頼みます兄貴。兄貴頼みます。わしゃ兄貴に惚れたんじゃ。もうキヨちゃんには思いの届かんわしですけ。兄貴、わしの身にもなってつかさいや。
勝手にしろ。
兄貴。さあ、どうぞ兄貴。
ちょっと頭、そいつ。
バカだれ。そいつとはなんじゃ。わしの兄貴じゃ。これからは桐生の兄貴と呼べや。
は
兄貴、 ここがわしら広瀬一家の事務所ですけん。遠慮のをやってつかさい。
頭、舛添の親分にさらわれたとか飯野さんに聞いたんすけど。
何ボケっとしとるんじゃ、言うた。はよ酒でも出せや。
はい。
お、なんじゃ。おやっさん来とるんか。
暇だからって。
グッドタイミングじゃ。兄貴、うちの親父紹介しますけ。奥へどうぞ。
おい南雲、杯受けろなんて言わねえだろうな。挨拶だけだぞ。
分かってますって。ま、どうぞ。おやさん、失礼します。
おう。
また病院抜けてきたんですか。ええんですかいの。
大丈夫だよ。医者もグルなんだから。俺ね、車で事故ったっつって保険金もらって入院してんの。本当は全然悪くないんだけどさ、寝てるだけで金入ってくんで。
兄貴、わしらの親父で広瀬ですわ。昔陽明連合会と近江連合で勝ち合うた時は最前線で爆弾投げてたっちゅう人ですけの、おやさ
ん。もう昔の話だから。おい、南雲、もっと言えよバカ野郎。
いや、まあその前に客人をご紹介させてください。こちら東京からいらしてる桐生さんです。今後しばらくこの事務所にも出入りしますんで、お見知りおきください。さあ、兄貴。
桐生一馬です。お初にお目にかかります。
まあうちもヤクザだけど緩くやってるところだから。東京の極道から見たらあれだろうけど。
いえ、俺は仇で。
あれ、あ、そう。いや、俺はてっきりなあ。
いや、こちらの兄貴は極道顔負けの器量ですけん。おやっさんがそうおっしゃるのも無理ないですわ。
お、そうだ、南雲。お前上納金どうした？もううち金ないよな。上の筋からなんか言ってきてないの？
まあそっちはわしの方でうまくやっておりますけ。おやっさんは気になさらんでつかさい。
あ、そう。ならいいんだけどさ。
おい、ゆうた、頭おるか。頭、ちょっと見てきますけ。兄貴も。
ああ。
なんなら客人の前でみっともないじゃろうが。お、どうしたんじゃ高城ら。鼻血でとるで。
松永の兄貴が店の客に袋叩きに会うとるけ。はよ助けに行かにゃ。
あ？何があったんじゃ。
飯がまずいとか、女がブスで料金が高いだのグダグダ因縁つけてきよってからに。
なんじゃ、全部ほんまのことじゃろうが。
じゃけど今日は松永の兄貴頭に血のぼらして客を殴ってしもうたんですわ。
なんでそがんなことするんじゃ。店のもんが客殴ってどうするんじゃ。
あれです、頭。今日俺らそこの桐生さん一人にボコられたじゃないですか。それが町の噂になってるらしくて。で、松永の兄貴組やおやっさんのことまでバカにされて切れたそうなんです。
ほっとけほっとけ。そんなんで客殴っとったら商売にならんじゃろうが。悪いのは松永じゃ。殴らせとけ。
いけんですって。 相手は荒っぽいのが10人はおって、もう誰も止められんのんです。
頭、早く行って松永の兄貴を助けねえと。
ええからほっとけ。おう、それより高頭、こちらはわしの兄貴で桐生さんじゃ。お前もよう顔を覚えとけ。
もうええわ。わしらだけで行きますけん。雄太、行くぞ。
わかった。
たく、すんません、兄貴。あいつら礼儀っちゅうもん知らんけ。
本当にほっといていいのか。さっきの若いのドスを持ってったぞ。
いや、ええんですわ。ほれ、兄貴覚えてます？野球の時、雄太ともう一人おった松永って。
確かにお前を入れて3人いたな。
その松永に任せとるモレのいう店があるんですがの、客のクレームでよう揉めよるんですわ。言うたらうちの日常業務っちゅうわけで。
モレノって店は近くなのか？
まあスナック街からアーケードに抜ける手前ですがの。それより兄貴、わしはこの組の頭ですけ。若いもんはしっかりしつけてます。兄貴、どちらへ？
手間取らせやがって。
姉ちゃん、あんたほんまにブサイクじゃの。
やめてって。
じゃけど父はなかなかのもんじゃのう。
うちはそんなんじゃ。
脱げやのう。こんがけ客に向かってよう手出したもんじゃの。おお、踊らみたいなチンピラ、なんぼでも海に沈めてる。
うっせえ、お前らいい加減にしろや。
そん口の利き方はなんだ。
おう、なんじゃい。この店は今取り込み中じゃけ帰れ。回り右じゃ。おお
お、なんじゃ悪い。
お前らと同じこの店の客だ。
はあ？
俺もせっかく楽しもうと思ってきたんだ。もう少し行儀よくしてもらえねえか。
おっさん、よそもんじゃろ。なんも知らんのに格好つけてからに。わしらの行儀がなんじゃい。
またあのおっさん。
あれ、さっき頭が兄貴とか言うとった。
おう、このおっさんがわしらに行儀を教えてくれるらしいで。ほいじゃが、その前にこの町の流儀を教えちゃろうかいの。
離れてろ。 もう大丈夫だ。
よっしゃ、やったれ。
なんじゃあの人は。
いやー、さすが桐生の兄貴じゃ。お見事、大統領じゃ。
ずいぶんのんびり来やがったな、南雲。
わしが仇の客殴るわけにはいかんですけ。堪忍して使わさい。おう松永、お前大丈夫か。いや、心配したんで。よかったの。荒くれどもは桐生の兄貴が追っ払ってくれたんじゃ。よう礼を言うとけ。
桐生、踊れ、野球の時の。
あ
あ、もうええ松永。こん人はわしの兄貴になったんじゃ。組の事務所にも出入りするけ。お前らもこれからはそのつもりでいろやな。
何言うとるんですか頭。そがな話ないでしょ。勝手に何やっとるんですか。
バカだれ。昨日の敵は今日の兄貴じゃ。機嫌ようせえ。それともわしの言うことが危険ちゅうんか。
おいじゃったらわしらの立場どうなるんの。昼間頭がこいつに喧嘩ふっかけたのに付き合わされたんで。それを組の頭にコロコロ態度変えられちゃわしらついていけんでしょうが。
この恩知らずが誰が今お前を助けてくれたと思うとるんじゃ。桐生の兄貴がおらんかったら踊れらどがなみに会うとったかわからんで。お？
ここはわしの店ですけ。余計な口挟まんで使わさい。
なんがわしの店じゃ。わしが踊れに任せてやっとるだけじゃろうが。それにの、さっきの客の中に造船所のもんもおったろ。あいつらに手出すのはご法度じゃ言うとろうが。連中がその気になったらわしらの組あっちゅう間に潰されると。あ？それでおやっさんに顔向けできるんか。
頭。
あ？ちょっと兄貴、どこ行かれるんで。紹介がまだ済んでおりませんが。
スナック清美に子供を預けたきりなんでな。悪いがもう行かせてもらう。
ああ、じゃったらまた明日事務所に顔を出してつかさい。いつまでも待っとりますけ。兄貴の都合のええ時に。
ああ、そうだな。
兄貴、お疲れした。どうか気ぃつけて。
情けねえな。
まったくじゃ。
桐生さん、大丈夫だったの？南雲くんは？
あいつも大丈夫だ。遅くなって心配かけた。
それならいいんだけど、もう帰ってこないんじゃないかって。
悪かった。
あれから何があったの？え、それじゃ桐生さん、広瀬一家の組員に？
なんでそういう話になるんだ？違う、そうじゃない。ただ組の食客に招かれたってだけだ。組に入ったわけじゃない。
うん、正直違いがよくわからないけど、でもとにかく南雲くんとは仲良くなったのね。よかったとは思うけど、あの人あんなに桐生さんのことを目の敵にしてたのに。
そうだな。明日また広瀬一家の事務所に顔を出すつもりだ。今日はいろいろあって連中に遥や春人の父親のことを聞けなかった。
ああ、じゃあそれを聞くために広瀬一家へ？
そういうつもりじゃなかったんだが、まあ成り行きでな。それじゃあまた来る。
ええ、いつでも。
いらっしゃい。ありがとうございました。
いらっしゃい。ありがとうございました。
いらっしゃいませ。 ありがとうございました。
いらっしゃいま。ありがとうございました。兄貴、ご苦労様です。
お疲れ様です。
うっす。
どうも。なんじゃ踊れら、ふぬけた挨拶しよって。
それより前から気になってたんですけど、その赤ん坊は？
言っとくが、俺の子じゃない。それに孫でもない。
じゃったらどこぞからさらってきた？
なわけあるか、ボケ。お前は兄貴をなんじゃ思とるんじゃ。
いや、それについちゃ違うとも言い切れねえか。
は？
この子はハルトってんだが、父親を探してる。俺がこの町に来たのはそのためだ。
どういうことっすか？
もうその前にどうぞ、兄貴、おかけになってつかさい。
ハルトの母親だ。撮影されたのはこのスナック街だったらしい。
この人が？
知ってるか？
頭、俺にも。
いやー、思っとったよりえらい若いけ面食らってしもたわい。まだ女子高生くらいじゃろ？のそうじゃろ？
本当に。
ほいじゃが、わしら見たことないですわ。こんな美人近くにおったら忘れるはずないですけん。
名前は沢村遥。芸能界に入ってしばらくテレビにも出ていた。
道理で可愛いと思いましたよ。
それでも見たことはないか？
そうだ、俺ちょっとおやっさんに用事頼まれてて。すいません、これで失礼します。
なんじゃい、おやっさんの用事って。
いや、なんだったっけ。歩きながら思い出しますんで。
松永の兄貴、わしらもモレノの後片付けせないかんですけ。そろそろ。
おう、そうじゃの
いや、すいません。わしらはもう行きますわ。松永の兄貴、行きましょ
う。いや、なんちゅうか、うちは小さい組ですき。みんな忙しゅうて。
そうみてえだな。今日は親分いねえのか。
親さん、どうですかの。あん人はいつの間にか裏口で出入りしてますけ。わしちょっと見てきますか。
いや、いいさ。だがいるなら帰る前に挨拶しとこうと思ってな。
ほうですか。
東京の客人かい？
ええ、お邪魔してます。
入んなよ。なんだそりゃ。
おい、ハルト。
あ、いいよいいよ。それよりどう？うちの方でなんか不自由させないかい？
おかげさまで大丈夫です。
あ、そう。南雲にあんたのなるそめ聞いたけどさ、えらく世話かけたみたいだね。それでかどうか、昨日あんたにやられた例の松野組、あんたのことを調べ回ってるってよ。
そうですか。でも俺は堅気の人間です。こちらにご迷惑はかけないようにします。
南雲はその迷惑をかぶるつもりであんたを食客に招いてんだ。あれで一応その辺は腹くくってんだろう。じじいの膝の上が気に入ったか？
すみません。
ほら、パパんとこ帰んな。
それじゃあ俺はこれで。
もう行くのか？また顔見せに来てよ。俺ずっと入院してて暇すぎて抜けてきてんだ。保険金生活も楽じゃないんだよ。
また寄らせていただきます。失礼します、親分。
兄貴、もうお帰りで。
ああ、邪魔したな。
またこれから坊ちゃんの父親を探しに行くんですか？
そのことは一旦忘れてくれていい。
あれ？いやなんでまた？
いいんだ。それじゃ。
桐生さん、ちょっと。
ん？
うちの店の近くに夕べの舛添って組の人たちがうろついてる。桐生さんのことを探してるみたい。
わざわざ知らせに来てくれたのか。
当たり前でしょ。赤ん坊連れてる時に絡んでこられたら大変よ。
確かにな。
ここで立ち話してると見つかるかもしれないから。さあこっち。坂の途中に龍南神社って静かなところがあるから、とりあえずそこへ。桐生さん、こっち。桐生さん、早く。
任せた。
桐生さん、こっち。
おう、アルミ、ガキを抱えとる男じゃ。
桐生さん、あの人たち。
俺に何か用か。
何寝ぼけたこと言うとるんじゃ。ゆうべ何やらかしたかもう忘れたんか。つらかしてもらうと。じゃがその前にちーと痛い思いしてもらうけ。下手に抵抗せん方が長引かんで。
ママ、ハルトを頼めるか。
さあ、ハルト君、こっち。
このおっさんただものじゃないけの。殺す気でやったれや。
桐生さん、大丈夫だった？
ああ、ハルトは無事か？
ええ、大丈夫。
すまないな。
今のうちに先を急ぎましょう。桐生さん、こっち。
神社、ここか。
少し休憩。でも桐生さん、こんなことになってハルト君のパパを見つける前に舛添組に捕まったら。
まったくな。最初に南雲たちと関わったのが運の尽きだ。だが連中と話して分かったこともある。はるかはやっぱりこの町にいたみたいだ。
え、どういうこと？
広瀬一家の連中ははるかのことを知っている。少なくとも写真を見せた時、顔は見たことがあるって反応だった。ただそのことを俺に言えない事情があるらしいな。
はるかちゃんって芸能人だったんですよね。だからみんな顔を知ってたんじゃ。
いや、それだけのことなら俺にはるかのことを隠す理由がない。広瀬一家の連中はこの町ではるかと何か関わってたと考えるのが自然だ。俺も人のことは言えねえが、あいつらも相当不器用らしい。はるかのことを隠そうとしているのがはっきり顔に出ていた。それでも俺は不思議と悪い気がしねえし、無理に聞き出そうとも思わねえ。連中が言い出すまで待つつもりだ。
それでいいんですか、桐生さんは。
俺はあいつらが嫌いじゃない。
え？
これからモレノに顔を出してみる。
モレノって広瀬一家の？
ああ、松永って男がやってる。今一家の連中が何人かいるはずだ。それで悪いんだが、またハルトのこと少し預かっててもらえねえか。スナック街で舛添組に絡まれると厄介なんでな。
そんなことなら遠慮なく言って。ハルト君ならいつでも大歓迎。夜になったらアパートに連れて帰ってあげる。
すまないな。
うん。
じゃあまた後で。